Rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court will call the matter of State of Wisconsin versus Morgan Geyser, case number 14 CF 596. Appearances.
Good afternoon, Judge Abby Nicolai appears on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Judge. Morgan Geyser with Attorney Anthony Cotton. She's here in person.
All right, thank you, and good afternoon, all. We're here on the review of the court's petition, the order to proceed with conditional release, and then the petition filed to revoke that order. So how is the state calling a witness? Or how should we proceed?
Judge, given today's scheduling was primarily based around the three doctors' schedules, I would suggest that we perhaps start with their testimony, because I know that they were all available today, and I believe they're all on Zoom. And I know that the court had questions for the doctors, so that would be my proposal.
Well, should we introduce the petition, though, of why we're here?
Sure.
We have the petition that seeks to revoke the conditional release.
Right.
Is there a witness here to testify about that?
I have several witnesses on the state's burden, none of which I anticipated including any of the doctors.
All right. Well, I think we should put the petition into the record officially so we can have individuals comment on it. So who is calling to authenticate it?
Well, this afternoon I plan to elicit testimony from Nicole Whitaker from WCS, who helped author some of the information, as well as Kathleen Martinez from the Department of Health Services. And then there's also a witness on Zoom who is part of the defendant's treatment team from Winnebago, Lisa Portman. I was going to have testimony from all of those individuals in regard to the information that was filed in document 655, the petition to revoke conditional release.
Well, it was signed by the amended petition that they filed most recently. It was signed by Nicole Whitaker. Is she available?
Yes, she's here, Judge.
Well, we should have her then be the one that introduces it so we have it in the record.
Okay. She did sign that memorandum. The actual petition to revoke the conditional release is signed by Aaron Graff from the Department of Health Services, who's also here. The WCS memo is included underneath that petition as a factual basis. Ms. Graff is also here, as is her supervisor, Ms. Martinez. So however the court would like me to begin, I can do that.
Well, I'll allow you to decide how to begin. I just wanted to get it in to the into the process. I'm just looking for it. I have the statement of probable cause for detention and petition for revocation of conditional release. That was filed in court here on February 27th. And that letter is signed by Nicole Whitaker as well. The reason we're here is they filed a petition.
Right. I did not mark the petition as an exhibit. Because it's already in the court record, and I apologize. Perhaps I should have done that.
Well, we'll use it as Court Exhibit 1.
Okay.
And I guess, should Ms. Whitaker be the witness that comes in?
She will be one of my witnesses, yes.
Well, let's call her and she can identify it so we have something to proceed with.
Sure. I'd call Nicole Whitaker.
Ma'am, if you'd come forward, have a seat behind the court reporter. We have an exhibit tag for that. And then, ma'am, if you'd stand, remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear that everything you're going to testify to today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. And then state your full name and spell your last name.
Nicole Whitaker. My last name is Whiteaker.
No, we're missing, excuse me a moment. We're missing sheets. What I've done is I've copied the petition and marked it as Court Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to give you now what's marked as Court Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
And then I'll turn over to Attorney Nicolai.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Whitaker, where do you work?
I work for Wisconsin Community Services.
And what do you do there?
I am the Conditional Release Program Supervisor.
What does that mean? What are your duties?
I oversee a team of people who are overseeing participants who are released into the community under conditional release.
Did you become involved in preparing a plan for Morgan Geyser in this case?
I did.
And did you begin to prepare that plan in this case?
I did.
Ultimately, did you write a memorandum with some information in it that was filed with the court?
I did.
And you've been handed Court's Exhibit Number 1, is that true?
Yes.
Is that a multi-page document?
Yes.
What's the date of filing on that document, please?
February 27th, 2025.
Okay. And do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the 5177 petition for revocation.
Is there information in that petition that you generated?
There is.
What information is that?
I generated a portion of this that are numbered, and that comes out of case notes that were done after meetings with Ms. Geyser.
Could you refer the court to a page number where your content begins?
Mine is not numbered, but I'm on the 4th page.
Okay. Is there a WCS logo at the top left corner of that page?
There is.
Okay. On the final page of that exhibit, is your electronic signature there?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you compile the information in this memo?
We, as a treatment team,
I'm going to object to her testifying as a treatment team when she's asked what she was tasked with doing.
Sustained. Yeah. Sustain the objection. Can we go ahead?
Sure. I want to back up a little bit. Did you meet Morgan Geyser when you were assigned to this case?
I met her previously to being assigned to this case.
Okay, and specifically to planning the conditional release plan, did you meet with a team that was tasked with creating that plan?
I did.
Who was a part of that team?
There are several members of the team that include myself, a case manager, our partners at DHS, and members of the Winnebago Mental Health Institute treatment team.
And when you say DHS, are you talking about the Department of Health Services?
I am.
And would that include Erin Graff?
It would.
For the record, is that GRAF?
Yes.
And is her signature actually also on Exhibit 1 that you were given by the court?
It is.
And what part did she play in this filing, if you know?
She filed the 5177.
And she's an employee with the Department of Health Services, is that true?
She is.
Okay. But was she also a part of the team that was helping to prepare this conditional release plan?
Yes.
Okay. And how many meetings do you think that this group had in regard to the conditional release plan in this case?
Initially, The treatment team meets as a whole in the beginning, when a participant's granted conditional release, and then a smaller group meets with the participant on a weekly basis going forward until she's released.
When the group became smaller, what participants were left in it?
Myself, my case manager, the participant, and sometimes her social worker at Winnebago.
Was the social worker always in those meetings in this case?
Not always.
Why not?
There were times that Morgan had asked her to leave.
Was that social worker someone that was recently brought into Morgan's team?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time during these planning meetings, did reading material become a topic?
It did.
And why would it be important for you, in preparing a conditional release plan, to know about a participant's reading material?
In the beginning of preparing a conditional release plan, it's really important for us as a team to build rapport and get to know the participant, coping skills, things of that nature. And the purpose of the conditional release plan is to mitigate risk to the community. When we started looking into things that Ms. Geyser liked to do, reading became a topic. To then we inquired about what types of books and things like that.
Okay. At a point in time, did you become concerned about information you learned about reading material that Ms. Geyser was using?
I did.
Why?
Because it is related to the index offense, I suppose.
In what way?
It's violent.
Specifically, is one of the books that you're referencing called Rent Boy?
Objection leading.
Overruled. It is leading, but we all are familiar with these various documents, and this will move the hearing along, so overruled.
Yes.
And did you have concerns about the fact that Ms. Geyser had read that book?
I did.
Why?
Because it was a dark novel that revolved around murder and the selling of body parts on the black market, along with sexual sadism.
Is that information contained in the material that you put together in Exhibit 1?
It is.
Okay. How did Ms. Geyser react when she was informed the treatment team and conditional release team would be monitoring her reading material?
She was upset.
Did she say why?
She didn't feel it was necessary for the team to oversee things that she used as coping skills and a creative outlet.
Do you consider it an important part of a treatment plan, a conditional release plan, to monitor things like reading material and media usage?
Yes, that's a standard thing that we do as a conditional release team, and it's very individualized to each participant as well as their index offense.
Was that fact relayed to Ms. Geyser?
Yes.
And was she receptive to that?
No, she still thought that it was unnecessary.
Did you talk about monitoring Ms. Geyser's reading material during more than one meeting with her?
We did.
Did her response to that monitoring ever change?
No.
Would it be fair to say she pushed back on that monitoring?
Yes.
Did she ever come around and acknowledge that that would be an appropriate thing for the team to do?
No.
Was that concerning to the conditional release team?
It was.
Why?
Because it shows risk, and the conditional release plan cannot, or the conditional release team, I'm sorry, cannot write a conditional release plan when we aren't aware of the risk to the community.
Was there a point in time when you approached Aaron Graff and Kathleen Martinez with the Department of Health Services about preparing this plan?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because things were coming to light that the treatment team wasn't aware of, and I needed to pass that on to other people as she's being released into the community. I can't be the only one harboring that information. The team needs to be aware.
How did you know that the treatment team wasn't aware of these things?
Well, initially I brought it to Aaron and Katie, and they then looked deeper into things with Winnebago.
So that discussion and comparing information with Winnebago was not a role that you took on personally?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of an individual named Jeffrey Pagels?
I am aware of him, yes.
When you are creating a conditional release plan, is it important for you to know people who a participant is having contact with outside of an institution?
It is.
Why?
There are a number of reasons, risk being the number one. We have to take in the participants' treatment needs, as they're in the community. And so I asked Ms. Geyser, who are the people that she's communicating with on the outside, and that his name came up.
How recently had she had communication with him?
I'm not sure the answer to that. I know that she stated he did send her a letter after she was granted conditional release, and she stated that she ripped it up and threw it away.
So at the point in time when you discussed this individual with Ms. Geyser, did it seem that she wanted contact with him?
No.
Okay. Is there information nonetheless about this person in the memo in Exhibit 1 that you wrote?
Yes.
Why? What is included in here and why?
After the team became aware of him, it was during that meeting that Ms. Geyser asked for a no contact. We further looked into things to find out if there was such a need for a no contact and what was the reason. And we found a number of things on his Facebook that pertained to Ms. Geyser that we were concerned about.
And before I forget, I apologize for jumping topics here, Ms. Whitaker. I want to ask you one more question about the book Rent Boy that we talked about.
Okay.
Were you able to ascertain how Ms. Geyser got the book to read in Winnebago?
I was under the understanding that she had got it from the library, but then it later came out that it was sent to her.
How?
Via mail from somebody, I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, going back to, you indicated that there were things, did you do research on this individual on the internet, or how did you know these concerning things about this individual, JP?
I did not personally do the research. My lead case manager did, as well as the social worker at Winnebago Mental Health.
And what was anything that was found significant to your assessment of Ms. Geyser's risk to the community or herself?
I'm going to object to that. She didn't do any research on Jeffrey Pagel.
Overruled. Witness can answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Was there any information about this individual, JP, that was relevant to your assessment of Ms. Geyser's risk to herself or the community?
Yes, but it was also concerning for Miss Geyser. And when we talk about risk to the community, she is included in that assessment, and he had things directly relating to her on his Facebook page, so yes, that was concerning.
What types of things relating to Ms. Geyser was on his social media accounts?
I'm going to object on relevance grounds. And I'm happy to make further argument.
In overruling objection, I think it's relative and probative to the issues that have been raised by the petition to revoke the conditional release, from the standpoint that information the person, Mr. Pagels, may have on his Facebook account could be from any place, but it may also involve information that purportedly may have come from Ms. Geyser. I don't know that, but I wanted to be able to hear that, and that should be part of the record. So I'll overrule the objection.
We found that there were letters and drawings that she had sent him, a postcard, and he was selling them. He was selling the items.
Were you able to see the drawings that he was purporting were from Ms. Geyser?
Yes.
Were they concerning to you?
Yes.
Why?
They were very dark in nature. I would describe it as a horror type picture.
Excuse me?
Horror.
All right.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It is a drawing that Morgan has done
Where did you get it?
off of Jeffrey Pagel's Facebook page.
Was that one of the items for sale?
Yes.
How was it being was Ms. Geyser's name linked to that piece of art in the sale information?
It was.
Does that look like a fair and accurate copy of the item that you found for sale in this case?
It does.
I'd move Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objections?
No.
Received.
And Judge, I can either display it digitally or just have the witness hand you the paper copy of it.
You can display it digitally.
Ms. Whitaker, is the Exhibit 1 on the screen in front of you the same as the paper copy that I handed you?
It is.
Okay. And remind the court again what this is?
That's a drawing that came off of Jeffrey Pagel's Facebook page. He compiled a number of items that he was selling as, he called it the Slender Man package.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Were you able to ascertain how long Ms. Geyser had been a willful participant in communicating with that individual, JP?
I do not have knowledge on how long the relationship lasted or how long they communicated.
Okay. At a point in time, did you learn any information about JP that was concerning as it related to sexual behavior?
Yes.
And what was that?
In speaking, we were very open about this topic with Ms. Geyser during the meetings, you know, as it's a great risk as she comes into the community, and she was aware, and she recalled that he would get sexual gratification from her index offense, and I believe that there were letters written back and forth.
Is that information something that Ms. Geyser told you during a meeting?
She did tell us that, yes.
Okay. Is that, as far as you're aware, is that information something that she had worked on in therapy or with her treatment team to that point?
I was not sure.
Okay. Was that concerning that you didn't know the answer to that?
Yes,
Why?
because it tells me that there's an unknown risk.
When you first, strike that. The Exhibit 1, you testified that the bulk of the information you included is bulleted with numbers, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be correct that in terms of creating the conditional release plan in this case, one of your first meetings with Ms. Geyser would have been on or about January 17th of this year?
That's correct.
Okay. During that initial meeting, did you learn what Ms. Geyser's preferred pronouns were
I
at
did.
that time?
I did.
How did you learn that information?
At the beginning of the meeting, my greeting or opening statement was, "Hi Ethan, how are you?" And she had responded, "JK, I'm going by Morgan, she, her pronouns."
What was Ms. Geyser's demeanor like when she said JK to you?
Very light, aloof, just very casual.
Why did you greet Ms. Geyser as Ethan?
Because I had previous knowledge that she was now identifying as Ethan using him, her pronouns. He, him pronouns, I'm sorry.
In terms of Exhibit 1, the conclusion section and recommendation section, is that something that you authored?
I did not.
Okay, who authored those pieces, if you know?
Katie Martinez from DHS.
Okay. And in terms of the decision to actually file this material as a petition to revoke conditional release, was that a decision that you made on your own?
It was not.
Was it even your decision at all?
No.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Do we have a hard copy of Exhibit 1?
She has it.
That's the February report. You have Exhibit 1 in front of you, ma'am?
I do.
Yeah. Yes, she does.
Okay, can I go?
Sure.
Can I see that, please?
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This report that you just testified to is dated, what date?
February 27th, 2025.
Can I mark Exhibit 2 down under this date?
Now, are you marking the one that came in on March 4th?
Yes.
I have it already marked as Exhibit 2.
Perfect, can I use that?
Sure.
So what you've just testified to is an exhibit from February 27th. I'm showing you Exhibit 2. What's the date on that report?
March 4th, 2025.
The reason there was a second report is because the first report that you authored contained inaccuracies, correct?
Correct.
In other words, you made mistakes.
Not me. It was Winnebago had not given accurate information to DHS.
So inaccurate information was provided to DHS from Winnebago.
Yes.
Then DHS provided that inaccurate information to the court.
Through the filing, yes, that's why we amended.
Okay, well, we're going to make sure we have accurate information today, okay?
Perfect.
So the March 4th report, Exhibit 2, in front of you has certain things that are crossed out, right?
It does.
And just so I'm clear, ma'am, I only want to ask you questions about things you have personal knowledge of that you did. I don't want to get into what other people did, okay?
I just want to note for the record that Exhibits 1 and 2 are actually Court Exhibit 1, Court Exhibit 2. You may continue.
Yes. So just so we're clear, when things are crossed out in Exhibit 2, it's because that was inaccurate information and you're trying to correct it for the record, right?
Yes, but I did not make those corrections.
Okay, so points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, are those, did you type those line items?
I did.
But in terms of making the corrections, some other person did that.
Right.
Okay, so as I understand it, your job is, well, I don't know that we got into this. What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
Okay. What else?
As far as my education, I have ongoing mental health education through, employment. I've been working in the mental health field over 17 years.
Okay, so you have a bachelor's degree.
I do.
You are not a doctor.
I am not.
Not a psychologist.
Nope.
Not a psychiatrist.
No.
You're not holding yourself out that way at all, I'm assuming, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You would agree that, strike that. You are in charge of the you are a WCS conditional release supervisor, right?
Yes.
And so would I be on solid footing if I said that part of your job is to manage the team that will oversee the conditional release?
Yes.
For Morgan specifically, as part of this process, did you yourself ever speak to any of the 3 doctors who did the reports in this case?
I had not.
Okay. You've never called Dr. Lundbaum.
No.
You've never called Dr. Collins.
No.
And you've never called Dr. Robbins.
No.
Have you, as you sit here today, have you even read their reports?
Yes.
Okay, which ones?
I don't have the dates memorized. There were a number of reports. I can't give you specifics.
Okay, well, there are 3, you are aware that there are 3 doctors who have authored reports that have gone to the court in support of Ms. Geyser's release.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that you have read. You're not sure if you've read all of them or you have read all of them.
No, I had at one time. I have not read them recently.
Okay, well, I wasn't asking about dates, but you're sure you read all 3 reports, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you read those reports before you authored or before you put together the petition to revoke Ms. Geyser's release?
I didn't put together the petition to revoke.
Or before you typed the WCS letter?
Can you rephrase the question, or can you restate the question? I'm sorry.
Did you read those 3 doctor reports before you put together the letter that you authored?
Yes.
Okay. So as I understand it, you've met with Ms. Geyser on a few occasions. How many times?
I'm not sure the number of times off the top of my head.
Okay, is it more than 5 or less than 5?
More than 5.
So you drive up to Winnebago and do meetings there at Winnebago?
We do Zoom meetings.
Have you ever met her in person?
I have.
How many times?
About 5, maybe.
So you've done Zoom meetings and you've also driven up to Winnebago to meet her in person, right?
I have, but that was different conditions, yes.
What does that mean, different conditions?
We do what's called community success groups that we go up to Winnebago and do education. So that's when, I've met Ms. Geyser.
Okay, so you're talking before before conditional release was granted. So since conditional release was granted, were those meetings those were Zoom meetings? Then?
Yes.
Okay, but the other occasions in the past you've met her face to face?
Yes.
And to be clear, I think the last question Ms. Nicolai asked you was about the petition to revoke. That's not your doing, the petition to revoke.
Correct.
What you've authored is a WCS letter that's attached to that to provide information for the court, as I understand it.
A portion of the letter.
Not even the whole thing.
Right.
Now, you said that it's important to build rapport with a person who's going to be released, right?
Absolutely.
And because you're going to be involved in Ms. Geyser's life going forward on a practical level. If she's released, you're going to be involved in her life, right?
Yes, her case manager would be more so, but yes.
But just so it's clear, WCS as an agency provides support in the community for people who are on conditional release, right?
It does.
So rapport is sort of a two-way street. It's important for you to have a positive rapport towards her and her to have a positive rapport towards you.
Yes.
And you're aware, I mean, you've been to Winnebago before, so you're aware of what the facility is like, right?
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Thank you.
It is a secure facility, if you will, is it not?
Yes.
And I know we call it a mental health institute, but there's security and guards and rules at an institution like that, aren't there?
Yes.
And in order for somebody to get a visit at Winnebago, whoever's in Winnebago, they're just sort of there, and another person in the community can request to come visit that person. Is that how it works?
I do not know.
What you do know is that Morgan had some visits with a person named Jeffrey Pagel, because you've testified about his name today, right?
Yes.
And if I go to Exhibit 2, if you have Exhibit 2, I want to draw your attention to paragraph 7, which is your note from February 19th. Did you author that?
I did.
And again, this is information that you had supplied to the court because it's being given to you by Winnebago, right?
I'm sorry. Can I correct something?
Sure.
That number 7 was authored by my lead case manager.
So some of the numbers in here are things that you wrote and some aren't?
Right. They come from case notes. That is a collaborative effort.
So, in other words, you put your name on a document that you've not entirely authored because it's a team approach.
Yes.
Okay. And on item 7, it's indicated that Jeffrey Pagel had visits with, well, I guess they used the initials JP. That's who we're talking about, right? Pagel?
Yes.
Had visits with MG, that's Morgan Geyser, right?
Yes.
At Winnebago 3 times.
Yes.
Initially, it was reported that it was 4 visits, but in fact, it's only 3.
Correct.
And every one of those visits that took place with Mr. Pagel was at Winnebago.
Yes.
There is no suggestion that Ms. Geyser ever met him in the community.
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of any of her outings that she secretly had contact with Jeff Pagel, right?
Correct.
There's no suggestion at all of that.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And the 3 times that Ms. Geyser saw Pagel was inside, as you understand it, was inside Winnebago's secure facility.
To my knowledge.
So Pagel went through whatever process he would have gone through to get permission to go into the facility to see Ms. Geyser.
I suppose.
And those visits spanned 3 visits over the course of 10 days. That's the extent, isn't it?
From the records they provided us, yes.
June 3rd, June 8th, June 13th
Yes.
of 2023.
Yes.
So Winnebago supplied you with those records, right?
They did.
So Jeffrey Pagel's name was known to Winnebago in June of 2023.
It was.
In fact, they were aware of the visits because that's the institution that provided you with the records, right?
Correct.
And initially it was reported that Pagel visited her on June 30th, but then that's crossed out because that actually never happened, right?
That's what I'm told.
And in fact, it was Miss Geyser that there was a visit scheduled on June 30th with this Pagel person, and it was Miss Geyser that canceled the visit, right?
I don't have firsthand knowledge of that, but that's what I'm told.
Your report that you supplied to the court says Miss Geyser rescinded permission. That's the language you supplied to the court.
Yes.
So your understanding is that it was Miss Geyser who rescinded the ability of Pagel to visit her further.
Yes.
And there's been no further visits that you're aware of from Jeffrey Pagel.
Correct.
And there's been no contact with him in the community that you're aware of.
Not aware of any.
And as part of the release planning process, when you talk to Miss Geyser about people she's had contact with, she brought up Pagel as a person. It was her that brought that name to your attention, right?
Correct.
It wasn't like she was hiding something and you found some notes or something in her room. She told you about Pagel.
She did.
And she asked, didn't she, to have a no contact with Pagel?
She did.
Because she still, as of the time you were meeting with her in January, was expressing a desire not to have contact with him.
Correct.
I want to ask you something totally unrelated to Morgan because I think it's important. you've been doing this for 17 years in the mental health field, right?
Yes.
And we don't need to get into the details of other people's cases, but you are aware that Ms. Geyser's case, if you will, is of a high-profile nature, right?
Yes.
We all sort of know about it because whether you've been involved in it or not, people have heard of the Slender Man case and people are just generally aware of that.
Correct.
And the reason why that's important is because as part of Morgan's release planning, that's an additional variable that exists in her case that doesn't exist in everybody else's cases.
Correct.
And so thinking about that variable and talking with her about how to sort of constructively handle that is important.
Yes.
Pagel is sort of, feel free to disagree with me if you want, but Pagel is sort of a classic example of somebody who appears to be fixated, if you will, on the Slender Man case, or Morgan specifically, right?
It appears he's fixated on true crime as a whole.
When you looked at his Facebook page.
Yes.
Because you didn't talk to him, I'm sure, right?
Absolutely not.
So do you know that he's a former, has law enforcement background?
I do not.
Did you know that he used to be in the correction, work in the correctional system?
I do not.
So you know nothing about Pagel,
Nothing.
other than what you see on Facebook.
That's correct.
And he appears to be somebody who's fixated on, what'd you say, true crime and things like that?
Yes.
And he's the one who's selling things on the internet that he purports are from Ms. Geyser.
Yes.
And you don't know, there's two things that are unclear from when you look at Pagel's Facebook page. One is whether the things he says Ms. Geyser sent him were even sent by Ms. Geyser, right?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
When Pagel puts something on Facebook and says, here's the Slender Man letter,
Sure.
do we know as a treatment team that Ms. Geyser even wrote that letter?
No, that was why we were looking into things.
Right, because any person on the internet could claim that I got this from Morgan or I got this from whoever, right? So you don't really know that the things he's saying he got from Morgan even came from Morgan, right?
She had told me that she had sent him things and she was aware that he was selling them. So we did know.
Okay. So Morgan was willing, was just discussing with you the fact that she had a letter communications and had sent him some drawings, right?
Yes, we asked her about it and she was aware.
Okay. Is there any suggestion that Morgan was trying to profit from her crime in any way?
That's unknown.
Okay. In other words, no. There's no evidence that Morgan was
Correct.
doing that, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And because there's lots of things that are unknown, I just want to focus on what we do know. What we
Okay.
do know is that Pagel is posting things for sale on the internet.
Yes.
And Pagel is apparently fixated on true crime type things.
Yes.
But Morgan herself hasn't had any physical contact with Pagel in over 18 months.
Not that I'm aware.
And has never seen him in the community as far as we know. Right?
Correct.
And has herself asked for a no contact order.
Yes.
And as part of a treatment release, when you're planning someone's release, a person gets rules, right? It's sort of like being on probation. They have a list of rules that they have to abide by.
Correct.
And certainly on those rules, oftentimes there will be no contacts with certain individuals.
Yes.
I mean, one obvious no contact would be the victim of the crime and the family members, right?
Yep.
And then, so it seems like Ms. Geyser's aware of that. So when she uses the phrase no contact, it's in the context of, I'd like there to be a rule that makes it clear not to have contact, right?
Correct.
And in terms of making sure that somebody knows how to, well, let's go back to sort of the nature of the crime. There will be people who probably try to reach out to Morgan if they know where she is or they know how to get a hold of her because they might be obsessed with Slender Man case, right?
That's been the history.
But actually what's going to happen, as I understand it, is judge had ordered conditional release, and so you as part of the planning group, you were going to put together a plan for her to go to a group home was the idea.
Correct.
And as I understand it, there were 2 group homes that were identified, but one was too expensive and one was affordable, right?
Yes. Well, yes.
Two group homes that would take her, right?
Yes.
And so the one that you had identified would be a location that would be confidential in a way, wouldn't it?
We were going to try to make it confidential.
Okay, I just want to explore that. I mean, the idea was even Morgan shouldn't reveal her own location to start
Correct.
with, right?
Yes.
So and it may not be, we're not saying forever, but to begin, don't even let your mother or anybody know the exact location, right?
Correct.
Because what I think we're trying to do is make sure when she's released that these Pagel type people don't flock to a group home or start writing letters to her as she's transitioning into the community, right?
Correct.
And so in a way, as she sits here right now, anybody can write a letter to Winnebago where she is, and either Winnebago gives it to her or they don't, right?
That a yes or no?
Yes, I'm sorry.
But when she goes to the group home, the idea, your guys' idea, or the team's idea was keep the location confidential as much as possible so we can help transition Morgan into the community safely.
Correct.
And that can be hard for her to process in a way because it's almost more restrictive in a sense than Winnebago is, isn't it?
Yes.
I know she's worked hard. You would agree she's worked hard to earn her release from Winnebago, right?
Yes.
And so she has release privileges where she can go into the community in a supervised fashion and have visits from family members and friends, right?
She does.
But that's going to change when she goes to a group home. She's actually going to be more restricted to start with.
Initially, yes.
And Morgan specifically and people in general, that can be a hard thing to have to work through, the fact that they're going from having some privileges to now having almost more restriction, even though they're not in an institution.
Yes.
So things like crying and let's talk about the books. Did you ask Morgan to put together a list for you of all the books she's read? Let's pick the last year. Did you say, Morgan, give me a list of all the books you've read in the last year?
No.
You do know that she read Rent Boy, obviously, because you mentioned it, right? But the reason we know that is because Morgan brought it up as part of the release planning.
Yes.
And that's important because it's not like you found it hidden somewhere in her. It's not like Winnebago found it hidden somewhere, right?
We asked her to provide us with a list of books that she would like to read, and she had brought up that she was reading Rent Boy. She stated that she didn't want to tell the conditional release team the kind of book she was reading because she was afraid that we wouldn't allow them because they were kind of dark, I think was the way she described it.
Did you ask, so you were asking sort of prospectively, can we have a list of books that you are planning to read as you are released?
Yeah, what are you interested in reading?
Okay, but you never asked her for a list of books she's actually read, right?
No.
And in something like Rent Boy, there's no evidence that she sought it out. It appears that somebody mailed it to her at the institution, as you understand it, right?
I don't know if she sought it out or not.
Well, but you said before you believe someone mailed it to her.
That's what I'm told, yes.
Okay, so all we know is that someone mailed her this book and she read it, right?
I suppose that's what I'm told.
Yeah, we're told that someone mailed her the book.
Yes.
She read the book, and then she disclosed to you or the team that she had read the book.
Yes.
Okay, and so isn't honesty an important part of one's release plan?
It is.
Morgan should be commended. Morgan should be commended for not concealing the fact that she was reading a book that has some dark themes to it. Agree?
I'm not sure. I'm not a doctor, so I don't, from the clinical standpoint, that's not my role.
Okay, so you defer that question to the doctors who can testify about whether that's a problem.
Yes.
But it gets presented to the court and disrupts her release plan potentially because it's being represented as a problem, but you've never talked once to the doctors about it.
Correct.
Okay, and you could have. Before you filed this letter from WCS that now seeks to revoke her release, you could have called any of these doctors before you filed this letter and asked them, hey, we learned that she read Rent Boy. What's your opinion? Is that a problem?
Objection, she didn't file the letter.
Okay, before you authored the letter, you could have called any of these doctors and asked them, is this a problem?
DHS contacted the treatment team at Winnebago to look further into it. So that's what they were doing.
Okay, and so the answer is you didn't do that, right?
Did I contact the doctors? No.
Now, since you read Dr. Lundbaum's, I want to ask you about Dr. Lundbaum's report. You know you've read the 3 doctor reports, right?
Yes.
And Therefore, you are aware of the fact that even back when Dr. Lundbaum authored her report in December, that it was known to the doctor, it was known to Dr. Lundbaum at least, that there are drawings, letters, and other items being sold on the internet purported to be drawn by Ms. Geyser. You were aware of that, right?
Yes.
So that's not anything new. Dr. Lundbaum knew that when she wrote the report.
Yes.
And in fact, when Ms. Geyser was questioned about it, she acknowledged that she had done that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this Jeffrey Pagel person, are you also aware of the fact that Jeffrey Pagel was a known person to Dr. Lundbaum as well?
I recall that she had knowledge of him, yes.
In that Ms. Geyser had talked about how the fact that she learned on her own that this Pagel person that her letters or drawings that she had sent to him, that he was involved in trying to sell these things, she brought it to the doctor's attention back in June of 2024.
I don't recall what's stated in the report.
Now, the reason these reports are important is because when a person is released on conditional release, these reports become part of the treatment process, don't they?
They do.
And you've read the reports, but I just want to be clear, you never reached out to these doctors to discuss any of your concerns about the book or Jeffrey Pagel,
Objection
right?
asked and answered.
Sustained.
So, with respect to the art that Ms. Geyser does, were you aware of the fact that Ms. Geyser has discussed her trauma therapy and the therapeutic benefit from her artwork, and the fact that a lot of it is disturbing but helps me cope with the trauma I've been through? Are you aware of that?
That's not my role.
Okay, but we're using her artwork here, this picture that you testified to. What's the point of providing this to the court? What is the intention behind giving this to the state?
What is the intention behind giving it to the state?
Yes.
Because it raises a concern for risk.
But you never took this picture that you've now given to the state and asked Dr. Lundbaum, does this change her risk?
That's not my role.
Okay, whose role is that?
That would be the doctors that are treating her.
That would be the Winnebago doctor's role.
Winnebago, yes.
So you become aware of a drawing, and you then mention it in a revocation letter that is supplied to the court. But you were also aware of the fact that Ms. Geyser has been drawing disturbing things for a long time. And Dr. Lundbaum was aware of that when she suggested that Morgan was appropriate to be released, aren't you?
That's the report.
This is not new. Her doing a disturbing drawing is not a new fact at all. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. So we'll put that to the side. And nor is Jeffrey Pagel a new thing at all. He was known 2 years ago in June of 2023 when he was going to the institution.
To Dr. Lundbaum, yes.
Well, actually,
And it was in her report.
Right, and to the whole institution, because the records at Winnebago reflect the fact that he was a known visitor to their facility.
Yes.
And the records never showed anything inappropriate between Ms. Geyser and Mr. Pagel during any of those visits.
I'm
I'm going
unaware.
to object on foundation of this witness to testify about all of Winnebago's records.
Overruled. Witness can answer if she can. If she doesn't know, she can say she doesn't know.
I do not know.
So in addition to this one book, Rent Boy, did you ask Ms. Geyser about the other types of literature that she's interested in?
Yes.
You know that she's interested in biographies, right?
Yes.
And you know that she likes historical books, if you will. I might have said Westerns previously. She doesn't like Westerns, but historical books, right?
I am not aware.
But she's talked about her like of Vincent van Gogh, for example, and reading biographies about him, right?
Okay, yes.
And at Winnebago, she doesn't have internet access at Winnebago, right?
I'm not sure what she has access to at Winnebago.
But when you've met with her and talked to her about her hobbies, a central hobby for her is reading, right?
Yes.
It's really been, for the 11 years that she's been in custody, it's really been a crutch for her and something that she's relied on, isn't it?
I know that it's something she's interested in.
And so what Morgan has, and Morgan has an interest in a wide array of reading material. You're aware of that, right?
I'm not aware of a wide array. I know of the horror books that she's described. Some, she mentioned fantasy and the biographies.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Ms. Whitaker, why did you think it was important to share this information with the Department of Health Services?
It raised risk, and we needed to be aware that the treatment team was aware of these risks and that they were being addressed in treatment with Ms. Geyser.
When you say treatment team, what are you talking about?
I'm referring to the doctors and therapists at Winnebago.
Why, if Ms. Geyser is getting out into the community anyway, why does it matter what is being addressed with the treatment team at Winnebago?
We take that as a foundation as we go into the community and know how to treat her into the community to mitigate risks. It's a much different, what is allowed in a confined setting is much different than what can be allowed in the community.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any further cross based upon the redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You could put the exhibits just up on the counter here. That would be fine. Thank you. You can step down. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Judge, at this time I would like to call Kathleen Martinez to offer testimony on Court's Exhibits 1 and 2 as well.
All right, very good. Ms. Martinez, if you'd come forward.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, thank you. Be seated. Pull up to the microphone. It's the bar with the red light. State your full name and spell your last name.
Kathleen Martinez, Martinez.
Is Kathleen with a C or a K?
K.
K. All right.
Ms. Martinez, where do you work?
Wisconsin Department of Health Services,
What's your role there?
Forensic Mental Health Section Manager.
Where's your office?
My office is 1 West Wilson in Madison, Wisconsin.
Okay. Do you work with someone named Aaron Graff, Graf?
I do. I supervise Aaron.
Okay. Were you involved in the filing that's been discussed at today's hearing regarding the petition to revoke conditional release for Morgan Geyser?
Yes.
Okay. I believe in front of you are Court's Exhibits 1 and 2. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize both of those items?
Yes.
Looking at Court's Exhibit 2, and just to clarify for the record, were you just in the courtroom during the testimony that was offered by Ms. Whitaker?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Ms. Whitaker?
Yes.
Okay. Are there portions of Exhibit 2 that you authored as well?
Yes.
Could you please clarify for the court which portions you authored?
The conclusion portion of the letter, page 5, part of page 6. DHS reviewing these documents is standard practice for conditional releases, and we often make edits or final approval before filing these documents.
Okay, so how does WCS relate to DHS when we're talking about someone that's been granted conditional release?
DHS contracts with WCS to provide conditional release case management to any conditional release person in certain counties in Wisconsin,
Okay.
including the southeastern part of the state.
Okay. Does that mean that the person would only work with a WCS case manager and no one from DHS?
Upon release?
Right. Or would they have both?
DHS also contracts with Department of Corrections to provide supervision. So the individuals that are conditional release work with their WCS or the contracted case manager, the contracted DOC agent, and any other treatment providers or service providers that are indicated in the plan.
Okay. In terms of preparing a conditional release plan, is DHS involved in that?
We review it when it's complete.
Okay. Were you involved in any of the meetings that occurred in regard to the plan for Ms. Geyser?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, did you become involved in the planning for Ms. Geyser?
Yes.
Why?
I received pictures of Facebook posts that were concerning. I received them from Erin Graff that she received from WCS.
Okay. And are those some of the things that have been discussed during Ms. Whitaker's testimony and are detailed in Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, were you able to review the information compiled by Ms. Whitaker in Exhibit 2?
Yes.
When you learned that information, what did you do?
I alerted the department administration because it is a practice to complete high-profile notifications if we believe that there may be attention or media drawn to a specific case, and that's what I did.
Okay. Did you have contact with Winnebago Mental Health Institute about some of these issues that were raised, or risk issues that were raised?
Yes, I did.
Why?
To ask them about their perspective from their from their end.
When you approve a conditional release plan, is it important for DHS to have an understanding of what is in place with the current treatment team at the facility the person is in?
It is.
Why?
Because if somebody is making progress in treatment, we would like to continue it in the community. And when we write conditional release treatment plans, those plans should be informed by the assessed needs and risks that are done by various people in the current treatment team.
Now, would doctors who are court appointed to make evaluations about appropriateness for conditional release be the same as doctors that are in someone's treatment team in a facility?
No.
What's the difference?
The court-appointed doctors are independent examiners, not affiliated with DHS, and meet with conditional released clients or prospective conditional release clients for purposes of offering an opinion about whether the conditional release poses a threat to the individual or community or property. People at the institution treatment team would be people that interact with an individual at whatever frequency they determine is needed to address treatment concerns.
Did you try to ascertain whether information was known to the Winnebago treatment team regarding Ms. Geyser in this case?
Yes.
What specific information were you trying to learn whether they were aware of?
Had they seen the posts that I had received from around Jeffrey Pagel, including the contents of the postcard and the specific drawing, and if they knew the extent of the content of the current book, Rent Boy?
Why did you want to know that?
Because I would be interested in incorporating their opinion about what interventions would be needed to address any risk associated with those items, or perhaps they might say that they were aware and that they had no concern with it. And, you know, so since they're treating her, I was interested in understanding more about that.
Ultimately, was a decision made to file a request to this court to revoke the conditional release as opposed to finalizing and offering a plan?
Yes.
What entity's decision was that?
Department of Health Services.
Okay. And why? Why is that the position of the Department of Health Services?
Because when we asked if the treatment team were aware of the extent of these issues and the content, they said the Winnebago social worker.
I'm going to jump on hearsay grounds.
No, I'll overrule it. I'm satisfied. To some extent, it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but it's also offered to it's offered to show what, after receiving the information, what the witness in the department did. So I'll overrule the objection. Witness can answer.
I can answer.
Yes.
The social worker indicated that she had not told the treatment team that the specific details of the posts and the specific details of the drawing and the specific content of the current book, Rent Boy. That was in a meeting with Aaron Graff, Nicole Whitaker, and the WCS case manager were that. So to answer your question, so because the treatment team had no knowledge of these, they could not indicate whether they thought it posed a risk or they thought it was great or whatever. They couldn't answer that question because they didn't know about it.
Were there aspects of these concerns that had direct relation to the index offense that caused the department concern?
Yes.
Like what? The material being horror related is similar to the content of the Slender Man content, and that was similar enough. The material being related to killing people and violence was similar enough to ask a question about risk. Did the department have concerns about Ms. Geyser's self-reporting tendency to disassociate when stressed?
Yes.
What was that concern?
That in a report by Dr. Lumbaum, there was indication that Ms. Geyser was aware that she sometimes disassociates, and that was what was happening during the index offense when her environment is stressful. And releasing to the community is often includes elevated stress for the individual. And so we were interested in knowing what her treatment team thought about that in relation to her current reading material.
was the decision to request revocation made before you checked in with her Winnebago treatment team?
No. But we would have liked more time to get more information. That's part of the problem, is that we didn't have the information we needed, and our job is to write a plan that mitigates risk to the community. It's hard to do that if the risk is unknown.
Is the information contained in Exhibit 2 that you authored still true and accurate as you sit here today, as far as you're aware?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay. And is the position of the department continue to be that the court revoke conditional release at this time?
At this time, yes.
And you're aware that one way the department can seek revocation is when rules are violated, right?
That's correct.
Does that apply here?
No.
Why not?
Ms. Geyser did not violate any rules of conditional release.
Right. So then why
I'm aware.
Why is the department seeking revocation at this point then?
It's based on concerns about safety to the community and to Ms. Geyser.
You were in court when State's Exhibit 1 was offered, the drawing, is that true?
Yes.
Is that something that you had seen before?
Yes.
Is that something that you inquired with the Winnebago treatment team prior to filing the request to revoke?
We asked, had they received or aware of any of the posts that were done on Facebook, and they said that the Winnebago social worker indicated that the treatment team was not aware.
What about in terms of, was the treatment team aware or worked with Ms. Geyser on her tendencies to enjoy violent artwork or something like that? Was that something that was known and aware?
I believe that it was, but I don't know that for sure. But I think so, based on the reports submitted by the independent examiners. And so, yes, okay. I think so.
So what aspect about the posting was concerning to the department and unaware to the treatment team?
They indicated they weren't aware of any visits. They weren't aware of the fact that he'd indicated sexual arousal based on the index offense. They were aware of the general themes, but not the details of the specific posts or drawings or the particular book.
From what you were able to review, did it appear that there was strike that. How do you know that this person, JP, was sexually aroused by the index offense?
I don't know that he was, but Morgan, the WCS conditional release team reported that Ms. Geyser told them that he was, and that was why she asked, part of why she asked for the no contact.
And at that point in time, she hadn't had contact with him since June of 2024, right?
It says 2023 in the records. Exhibit 2, paragraph 7.
That was the June of 2023 is the last reported visit. I have no idea when the last contact they had was.
Okay. But from what you were able to gather, her treatment team, she never told her treatment team, hey, I'm writing letters to this person who's sexually aroused that I committed this crime 14 years ago.
Not that level of detail, but I believe they knew about him. You know, they knew his name. I asked if this was, that specifically, the sexual piece has been addressed at all in treatment, and I was told that they weren't aware of it, so.
Are there any other risk concerns that the department has that you think that the court needs to know about?
I'm going to object on notice. I'm going to object on notice grounds. If they file a petition to revoke, they can identify the grounds, which they've done, so that we have notice and can investigate and respond.
Overruled, if the witness has additional information for the benefit of the public and the court, the witness can disclose that.
I would just say that generally the conditional release program places people in the safest environment possible. However, and we have the ability to write rules for people to follow, but obviously those rules are broken, and group homes are not locked. People can leave group homes. People can cut off GPS bracelets. So we try to make the best placement possible, the safest placement possible, and we understand that we have rules, and those aren't necessarily safeguards, but I wouldn't, I guess that's just more general information about conditional release generally, not Ms. Geyser specifically.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You and I have talked one time before, haven't we?
Yes.
I think you were on a Zoom conference that we had about a week or so ago, right? Right?
Yes, correct.
So I just want to ask you some questions about what you testified to.
Sure.
It doesn't sound like there was any additional concerns that you had beyond what was expressed in your filing. Do I have that correct?
Yes, I think so. Yep.
Okay. And we all know rules can be broken. You mentioned people, I think you just said people could choose to, a person could cut off their GPS bracelet, right?
Correct.
A person could theoretically leave a group home if they wanted to get out somehow, right?
Yes.
And there's mechanisms in place that when people break rules, there's mechanisms in place to address that, right?
Like, for example, pursuing revocation, or
Sure.
do you mean something?
Yeah, a person could be arrested, right?
Yes, if they were, if we could find them,
Yeah.
They could be arrested, or we could put them in, we could petition the court to, or ask the DOC to place essentially a hold on them if they were willing to come in and
Right.
go to jail or something like that.
Yep. So
We could also adjust treatment if we needed to.
Sure. And so as we sit here today, Morgan has broken 0 rules, right?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Well, I only want to know what you know. So
Yep,
she's
yep.
broken no rules.
Yes,
All right. So she's not facing revocation because she broke any rules.
correct.
She's now, in fact, you've never even given the judge the conditional release plan for her to go to the group home, right? You pursued
Correct.
revocation first.
Correct.
Okay. And you said think I have your words correctly, the sexual piece wasn't addressed in treatment. Are those your words?
Yes.
Morgan has never expressed any sexual interest in her crime.
When I said sexual piece, I'm referring to the current reading material of being sexual sadism, plus her interactions with him around being interested, sexually gratified or aroused by her crime, exploring that in therapy to see whether or not that presents a risk to the community. That's what I meant.
Okay, what I heard you say before was that Morgan broke off contact with Pagel when she found out that he was sexually interested in her crime. That's what I heard you say 5 minutes ago. Right?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Morgan.
She rescinded his ability to visit her in person.
Right, which is what you would want a person to do in her shoes.
Absolutely.
She finds out that the guy is creepy, he has sexual interest in her crime, she cuts off contact.
Revocation is not about punishment or saying.
I'm not asking about.
I mean, so.
First, ma'am.
Sure.
I just want to ask you very specific questions.
Okay, sorry.
What you want someone in Morgan's shoes to do is if someone reaches out to her and starts expressing sexual interest in her crime, you want her to cut off contact with that person.
Yes.
That is what she did. Correct?
Correct.
In June of 2023. Right?
June of 2024.
No, June of 2023.
She rescinded the release on June of 2024.
Right, but the last time she had contact with him at the institution was June of 2023.
It was 24 that I rescinded it for
Right.
that reason. For that reason in June 24.
Oh, she became aware of it in June of 2024 and then rescinded the contact, right?
I don't know that.
Okay, all we know is that she rescinded it in June of 2024, right?
Correct.
But we know for sure that the last time she had any contact with him in the facility was June of 2023, right?
The last visit he came to Winnebago was in June of 2023.
Okay. Now, have you ever yourself met with Morgan?
No.
Okay. And you are what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's degree in social work.
Okay, so you're a LCSW.
APSW, Advanced Practice Social Worker.
So you're a social worker by training, right?
Yes.
And you talked before about Dr. Lundbaum's report, so I'm assuming you yourself have read the doctor reports that were filed about Ms. Geyser, right?
Correct.
Because that's an important part of your job, is to read those reports and know what the doctors are aware of, right?
It's not part of my job, but I did in this case.
Okay, why'd you do it in this case?
In order to understand the situation better.
Because of the high-profile nature of it?
No, because of the concern brought to me by the team. Okay.
So with respect to Ms. Geyser's artwork, you're aware of the fact, aren't you, that Dr. Lundbaum that Winnebago itself was aware that Morgan has, part of her therapy is her artwork. You know that, right?
Yes.
In that it's been a method that they've used to help her cope with her trauma, right?
Yes.
In that, in fact, it's been known for quite some time, it was known even to Dr. Lundbaum, that the artwork is disturbing. That's not new information.
No.
And Dr. Lundbaum, despite that, and knowing that...
Well, that was a double negative.
Okay. Then let me be precise with it. You think I should ask the question. You know that Ms. Geyser has drawn artwork of a disturbing nature in the past, right? You know that?
I read that, yes.
Okay. You read that in Dr. Lundbaum's report?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the book, Rent Boy, are you aware of how Ms. Geyser got that book?
I was told that it was mailed to her.
Is that all you know?
Yes.
Okay, someone mailed it to her.
Yes.
And the reason you know about it is because she said that she read it, right?
Yes.
She brought it up. It wasn't like it was discovered. Right?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Ms. Geyser stated she just finished a book titled Rent Boy by Gary, Indiana, which she stated was about prostitution and black market organ trading. Are you aware of that sentence in the WCS report?
Yes,
Okay, so Ms. Geyser was the one who disclosed that she read the book.
yes,
Don't we want, as part of DHS, don't you want honesty?
yes,
So it would be a concern if somebody wasn't honest about reading a book like that, but
yes.
but it's also a concern when they are honest about it.
If the concern was that upon further investigation and looking into the themes of the book, when they asked her about it, her response was, "Oh, I forgot that part," which is also indicated in the memo.
She stated that it was darker and disturbing, right?
I mean, I wasn't in that meeting.
Okay. And really, you don't have any personal familiarity with Ms. Geyser as an individual because you've never met her, right?
Correct.
And when you talked before about the sexual piece that wasn't addressed in treatment, what we're talking about is Jeffrey Pagel, whoever that is, his sexual interest in whatever, right?
And sexual sadism, the combination of that.
That he's interested in sexual sadism and...
No, the book the Rent Boy book had themes of sexual sadism.
Right.
So
the concern is, as I understand it, the concern is one book that she read, one book in 11 years, one book,
okay,
it had some themes of sexual sadism.
okay,
That's a concern, right?
yes,
And then there's another concern that someone named Jeffrey Pagel is sexually interested in her crime. That's another concern, right?
the concern is the combination of that, and
Right.
whether or not the treatment team has addressed that and what they think about it. The concern is a question of risk. It's not a determination of risk.
What is there to address about Jeffrey Pagel's sexual desire over a crime that happened? What can Morgan do about Jeffrey Pagel's problems? Other than contact.
I do not believe Morgan has any responsibility to address Jeffrey Pagel's concerns.
Okay, so all the stuff he's posting on the internet about his own behavior, that has nothing to do with Morgan, right?
I don't agree with that because the content of what is posting does have to do with Morgan, but that he's posting is not Morgan's fault or responsibility.
Right. And what would be your role, ma'am, in Morgan's future when she goes to the group home? Do you play a role in her life, or would you play a role in her life?
I oversee the forensic specialists that work at the Department of Health Services that oversee the contract for conditional release case management and supervision.
So when a person is, in other words,
Go ahead, sorry.
so when a person is released to a group home and they have their rules, if they violate the rules, then you oversee the treatment providers who would address that. Is that what you're saying?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So really, you would play no role in Ms. Geyser's life going forward. You wouldn't be involved in treatment or anything.
Very rarely would I be involved in any conditional release person's day-to-day life.
Did you ever ask Ms. Geyser to provide you with a list of books she's read over the last year?
No.
To see what topics you know? Did you ever reach out to this Pagel person to ask him any questions ever?
No.
And you did say before that the treatment team did know about him. You're aware of that, right?
They knew his name. They indicated they did not know about the visits or any other details.
Yeah, so the visits at the facility, right?
Do you have an answer?
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Thank you.
And between the time that the judge ordered, so you're a part of DHS, right?
Yes.
And so it was actually your job to make sure that a conditional release plan gets filed with the court for the judge to either approve or not approve, right?
Personally?
Yeah.
No.
You're not involved in the drafting of that report?
No.
Or that plan, I should say?
Correct. No. I mean, yes, you are correct that I am not involved directly in the drafting of that plan.
And Morgan, between the time that judge ordered that plan to be drafted and now, she hasn't done anything violent, right?
No.
And neither to herself or others, right?
I think that's true. I believe Winnebago would have reported that.
Right, if she was doing something violent to
Right.
herself or others, you'd know about that.
I think so.
And before you put together, when Ms. Nicolai was questioning you about Exhibit 2 that you have in front of you, you are the one who wrote the conclusion section. Was that your testimony?
Yes,
So starting with conclusion and recommendation, did you write all that?
I did.
And you say that Ms. Geyser only provided the information about the book when prompted, but that's because she was asked about it, right? The specific question was asked what she's read recently, and she brought up Rent Book. Is that right?
That refers to the
Rent Boy.
Right. That refers to the detail of the detail of the content of the themes of Rent Boy. But Morgan did bring up the book name itself. That's how WCS knew to Google the contents of it.
Right. And you said in your conclusions that reading horror and murder-related books is not by itself necessarily a risk to the community.
Yes, I did write that.
And you feel that there wasn't full disclosure of the book, is that what, or the contents of the book, right?
Correct.
That's what that comes down to.
That's true. Sorry, can you repeat that question?
You're concerned that there was, in your opinion, a lack of full disclosure about the contents of that book, right?
Yes.
There's no other book she's read that you're raising today as a red flag for the court, right?
Correct.
That's the one.
That's an example, yeah.
Well, that's the only one you're aware of that's a concern, right?
The concern is about, I'm talking about that specific book, so yes.
Okay. You mentioned that in your conclusions that living in the community through conditional release, there is inherently less structure and supervision when compared to a state mental facility, meaning she theoretically has more freedom to leave if she wanted to, right?
Exactly.
And Morgan hasn't tried to escape from Winnebago that you're aware of, right?
No.
And you say that group homes are not locked, typically not staffed by individuals who understand complex mental health problems, and even with GPS, could not guarantee prevention from absconding, right?
Correct.
That's true for everybody. That's nothing unique to Morgan.
Correct.
And that somebody could form a bad relationship that would exacerbate a risk, that's not unique to Morgan. That's anybody.
True.
And that's just something we have to deal with, isn't it? That's part of the nature of somebody going into conditional release, is that it is a gradual process to give that person more freedom, and there will be potentially more things that could happen, right?
That is true. The recommendation was to monitor social contact, social relationships from one of the independent evaluators. So
Right.
So we monitor different things depending on individual needs and risks.
And treatment doesn't stop for a person once they're released from the Winnebago Institute.
No, it doesn't.
In fact, it might change because that person now has a different set of challenges that they have
Yes.
to confront, right?
Yep.
And so part of the job of DHS is just making sure that as part of the contract, if you will, is to make sure that those treatment providers are in place and available to the released person, right?
Yes.
And treatment remains something that if there's a concern about a book, for example, a rule can be put in place that a person not read a particular type of book, right?
A rule could be put in place, that's true.
And then if a person violates that rule, then, as you know, petition to revoke gets filed with the court, right?
Yes.
So if we...
Well, possibly.
Right, it doesn't have to result in revocation. You could choose to do some alternative approach.
If we found out about it, yes.
Right. So, and so the way you work through things is to establish rules, right? Rules get established for a person when they're released.
Yes.
And in this case, no rules have even been really, other than the ones that exist at Winnebago, there's really been no set of rules that's been provided to Morgan to say, here's what you can read and here's what you can't read, right?
I don't know that.
Well,
I have no idea actually of that.
well, you said before she's not here because she violated any rule. We already established that, right?
Yes, that's true.
Meaning,
Because there's a standard set of rules.
right, meaning there's no rule that prohibits her from reading Rent Boy, for
Right,
example.
yes,
There's no rule that prohibits any type of reading against her.
right, yes, correct.
She discloses what she's read as part of the release plan, and she gets served with revocation papers. Do I have that right?
Objection argumentative.
No, that's,
No, overruled. It's cross-examination.
right? That's what happened. She has no rule prohibiting her from reading any genre at all, right?
Correct,
She then reads Rent Boy, that someone sends her, and discloses it, right?
correct.
And then she's served with revocation paperwork and told she won't be released for 6 months. That's how
The
it was handled.
revocation is not based on rule violation,
Based on
safety concerns.
safety concerns over something she read that wasn't prohibited.
Yes,
Okay, that's all.
Any redirect?
You were asked a lot of questions just now about why the petition to revoke was filed. And those questions seem to suggest the only reason was because of one book that Ms. Geyser read. Is that true?
yes.
That's the only reason that this
Oh,
was
sorry.
filed?
Sorry, go ahead.
Is that the singular only reason that she said, I read this book, and so you said, I'm going to file this petition?
Oh, no.
Okay. Is it fair to say that it's a much more complex analysis that was done before the determination to file this was made?
Yes,
The discussion that was had regarding this Mr. Pagel person, you agreed with defense counsel that he certainly seems to have some issues, right? And that they're not Ms. Geyser's problem.
that she shouldn't be punished for
Right.
or responsible for dealing with his issues.
Right. But there's still a concern that the department has because this is a person that Ms. Geyser decided to have a relationship with for some period of time, right?
That's true, but I would say the crux of the concern is that her current treatment team was not aware of the extent of their relationship, the extent of the content of the post. It's that they might have been aware on some level that he exists, but they weren't aware of the detail. The same with the book. They weren't aware of the extent of the details of the book. And that without their perspective on what that looks like in terms of risk mitigation or treatment intervention, we had no choice other than to file a petition for revocation because we cannot write a treatment plan that addresses risks that we're not aware of, that we've asked about, and the treatment team said, well, we haven't addressed it because we were not made aware of this level of detail.
And when you talk about level of detail specifically with this Pagel person, did the detail include the fact that some of the content of correspondence Ms. Geyser sent to him?
Yes.
What specifically?
The postcard that indicated a desire to be intimate with him.
Was that information that the Winnebago treatment team had?
No.
Do you think that it's a distinction for the treatment team to be aware of someone's name versus to be aware of a fact like that?
Yes.
Why?
Details that around the specific details around the nature of their relationship could exacerbate risks to the community, and I think it would be important for them to have explored that in order to indicate what current interventions are in place and how we might be able to address that in the community.
If, if the department became aware that there was someone out there in the world who seemed to be fixated on Ms. Geyser and was sending her things and wanted to come see her, but there was no evidence that she ever reciprocated any communication, would the department have filed revocation papers?
Probably not.
Again, there are some things inherent about this case that are going to be outside of Ms. Geyser's control, right?
Yes.
Are those aspects the reason that the department has filed the motion to revoke here?
This has been asked and answered numerous times about why they filed their petition.
No, overruled.
Can you repeat it? Sorry.
Sure. These aspects of things that are outside of Ms. Geyser's control, just based on the nature of this case, are those the reasons that the department has concerns about risk in this matter?
No.
Okay. Are the concerns about risk specific to Ms. Geyser's actions and behaviors?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Further cross.
You said a postcard that Miss Geyser wrote Pagel, where she expressed a desire to be intimate with him, right?
Yes.
One postcard, right?
You're asking, sorry, what is your question?
You're aware of one postcard, one time,
One postcard, yes.
where she wrote someone who had visited her and said she wanted to be intimate with him.
Yes.
She's an adult woman, right?
Yes.
Wanting to be intimate with someone is not a risk factor, ma'am.
Wanting to be intimate with someone who is sexually aroused by an index offense may be, and that is the question that I had to the treatment team.
And there's no evidence that when she wrote him that postcard saying she wanted to be intimate, that she was aware that he was aroused by the index offense. Agreed? There's no evidence of that. Agreed?
I have no idea.
Okay, thank you. And it was Miss Geyser who cut off contact with Jeffrey Pagel, not the other way around.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You can't write a treatment plan to control for risks we are unaware of. That's what you said?
Yes.
You can, if to be clear, you can put any, in theory, you can put any rule in place you want. If you want to prohibit Morgan from having contact with someone, that can be a specific rule that gets put into her plan, isn't it?
The treatment plan indicates treatment interventions and is distinct from the rules of supervision for conditional release.
Okay, but it's already, but
yes, we can
Right.
put any rule we want, I guess.
and
It would be subject to review by the court, but yes.
right, because she doesn't get released until the judge reviews the plan, right?
Correct.
So, okay, so when you said treatment plan, you weren't talking about a conditional release plan. That's a separate thing.
The conditional release plan does not indicate the rules of conditional release supervision, but it indicates treatment interventions and also placement, location of placement and that kind of thing.
Got it. Those are all my questions.
Any further direct?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Have a good day. Thank you. Indicated that Ms. Groff was present.
She is here, yes.
Is any significance to her testifying?
I was not going to call Ms. Groff, no.
All right, all right. Any further witnesses at this stage?
There is, I'm just trying to find her name, I'm sorry.
You asked for someone to appear by Zoom.
Lisa Portman is on Zoom. She is appearing remotely with the permission of the court.
Are you calling her?
Yes, please.
So is Portman in the Zoom arena?
I believe she was.
Ms. Portman, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we've got to connect you up to Zoom so we can see you. That may be on your part to connect up the camera.
Sorry, I'm trying to turn on the camera and I'm not quite, it's not, oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, there we are. Okay, good afternoon.
Hello.
So I can see you and I can hear you. Can you see and hear the court?
Yes, I can.
All right. Do you, Attorney Nicolai, do you recognize Ms. Portman?
No, I
No.
don't.
All right. Well, we'll assume you are Ms. Portman then, true?
Yes.
Until further examination. I'm going to ask you to stand if you can. Raise your right hand. Our clerk's going to swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated. And then state your full name and spell your last name.
Portman, Portmann.
And what's your first name?
Lisa.
All right, thank you. And where do you work?
I work at Winnebago Mental Health.
All right, and you're currently out of state, true?
I am.
And because you're out of state, the court authorized you to appear by Zoom today.
Thank you.
True? I mean, that's true, correct?
Yes.
All right, very good. Then I'll turn to Attorney Nicolai.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Portman, do you work with Morgan Geyser at Winnebago?
Yes, I do.
And how, in what way?
I am assigned as an individual therapist to work with her.
Are you aware that the Department of Health Services has filed a petition to revoke conditional release in regard to Ms. Geyser?
I am.
Were you part of any of the conditional release plan meetings at all in regard to Ms. Geyser?
Just one.
Okay, would it have been the initial one with a bigger group involved?
Yes.
Okay. I have some questions specifically about pieces of information that I'm interested in knowing whether Ms. Geyser's treatment team was aware of that I would like to ask you about. The first involves a book. How much work in therapy was done regarding addressing Ms. Geyser's preferred reading material, if any?
Can I express that I have some concerns about disclosure?
Yeah, I was going to raise
therapy sessions.
Yeah. Sorry, I was going to address that issue as well.
All right, so we should address it.
Right, I would think that there would have to be a release signed or some sort of waiver for, I think what she's concerned about is testifying to information in therapy that has not been subpoenaed by the state.
So she needs a release to do that.
They would need a release to have.
So what's your client's here, you're here, what's your client's position?
I need to speak with I didn't know they were calling the therapist, so I haven't even discussed that with Ms. Geyser. I would need to speak with Ms. Portman privately, and then I can come back and advise how we want to handle that.
All right, well, that's reasonable. We'll take a recess at this time for about 10 minutes. I think a recess is reasonable, and then we'll give you an opportunity to do so. Now, you'll have to, what we're going to do is we have some options available. One is we could clear the courtroom, but for the security, and allow you to confer. We can also permit you to go into one of the visiting rooms, or we can have you stay there, take a break, stay there.
I was just going to step out and call Ms. Portman on a cell phone. If she could give the number to Jessica, I could just call her by phone.
I thought you had to confer with your client.
Well, I need to speak with Ms. Portman and Ms. Geyser. So I guess with respect to Ms. Geyser, I would only speak with her after I've had a chance to speak with the therapist. I don't know what she's going to testify to.
All right, that's reasonable. Do you, we have, that we'll have to, I assume then we're gonna have to we'll take a break, number one. Number two, Ms. Portman's gonna have to disconnect from Zoom. I'm assuming she only has one phone with her. And,
Yes.
and then that contact can occur. There's no need to broadcast your phone number over the public airways, but you could text it to someone. Have you provided your phone number to Attorney Nicolai?
No.
Have you provided it to the court?
Yeah, I can respond to the email with my phone number that I was sent the subpoena.
Okay, so that would be to Attorney Nicolai. Yeah, let's do that. We'll take it.
So.
We'll take a break for about 10 minutes. Let's say 10 minutes, and we'll do our best.
And then, Judge, if they're going to converse it here, I'll just have everybody in the gallery go outside and listen.
Yeah. How do you want to handle then your conversation with your client?
We'll just go right into private area and talk.
That's a jail area. There's no like actual rooms. Those are just cells.
No, I thought there was a communication capability.
Yeah, she can go in that room and I can go in the other room.
Okay, yeah, you do that.
Yeah, then we'll do that.
All right, so we're going to take, let's be in recess to 4 o'clock.
All right. Put you in a room, we just chat.
Yes. Okay, court's in recess. May be seated. Thank you. We'll be back on the record in the Geyser case, same appearances and case number. We were reviewing the status of Ms. Portman's testimony. Let me ask Attorney Conton what the status of the situation is.
Yes, Judge, I don't know if you want to do a colloquy with Ms. Geyser, but she would orally give her release for Ms. Portman to speak about their therapy.
All right, Ms. Geyser, you understand that Ms. Portman, your contact with Ms. Portman is subject to rules that make it confidential.
Yes, sir.
So if she talks about it here in court, it's not only between Ms. Portman and me and you and the attorneys, but all the people in the courtroom hear it, and it's the proceedings are being can be broadcast and it can be outstanding.
Yes, sir.
And so whatever is said will be out in the public domain, as they say. People will know about it. And sometimes confidential information you don't want out. It's between you and the doctor, you and the professional, you and Ms. Portman.
I give my permission, sir.
You do. You understand you could say no.
I do, sir.
And you talked to your attorney about that?
Yes, sir.
Satisfied with Attorney Conton's advice?
Yes, sir.
Satisfied with him as your attorney?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, that's fine, thank you. I'll then authorize that I'm satisfied then, Ms. Portman, that Ms. Geyser has released you from any rules of confidentiality with regard to your testimony today. You can proceed. So we'll go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Portman, I'm just going to ask a few pretty specific questions. And to clarify, you would be considered part of Ms. Geyser's treatment team with Winnebago Mental Health Institution, right?
Yeah.
Okay. As part of the treatment team, were you aware that Ms. Geyser enjoyed reading material that had themes involving sexual sadism?
No.
Is that interest something that has ever been worked on in therapy with Ms. Geyser?
Not with me.
Okay. Was the treatment team aware that Ms. Geyser's interest in reading material that had themes of murder and organ selling on the black market was something that was occurring?
I can't speak to what the treatment team knew.
Okay. Did you know these things?
No.
Okay. So that was never addressing the affinity for these types of themed literature. It was not something that you've addressed with Ms. Geyser in therapy.
No.
So if the conditional release planning team wanted to try to mitigate risk in some way and come to you, you would have no insight in terms of treatment that's been done with Ms. Geyser about those topics.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of this individual, Jeffrey Pagels, were you aware of Ms. Geyser's relationship with him?
I've heard his name mentioned before in therapy.
Okay. Was information relayed to you that Ms. Geyser wanted to be sexually intimate with this person?
No.
Was information relayed to you that this person was sexually aroused by Ms. Geyser's index offense?
No.
Were you aware that Ms. Geyser was sending this individual letters or cards?
Yeah, I want to clarify. I did find out recently since the filing of the petition.
Okay.
But prior, yeah.
Okay, so in terms of in a therapeutic clinical setting, these are not things that would have been addressed between you and Ms. Geyser?
Correct.
Okay. What about, has there been work done between you and Ms. Geyser in terms of her affinity for violent or dark artwork?
Ms. Geyser has shared her artwork with me.
Okay, and are you aware that pieces of art that Ms. Geyser drew were sent to this person, Mr. Pagels?
I've since learned that some of her art was sent out.
Were you ever shown artwork that Ms. Geyser did that depicts a decapitated type figure with blood coming out of the neck area? Does that sound like something that you've ever seen?
No.
Does that type of style or material sound consistent with artwork you've seen that Ms. Geyser has shown you?
No.
Is Ms. Geyser's interest in creating that type of artwork something that you've worked on with her in therapy?
No.
One moment. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Portman. How long have you been Ms. Geyser's therapist?
About 1 year.
Okay, and you work inside Winnebago mental health facility, right?
Yes, I do.
And you remember testifying at the conditional release hearing a couple of months ago, right?
Yes.
And as Ms. Geyser's therapist, it's your job to provide her with one-on-one and as well as group therapy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those are two different types of therapy. Group is with other individuals, and then one-on-one is more of a private experience, right?
Yes.
And do you have any concerns as you sit here today over Morgan's behavior in therapy?
No.
Even now, as you sit here right now today, knowing everything you know, are you concerned at all about Morgan's attitude or behavior in therapy?
No.
What about just in general, speaking about Morgan as a person? Are you somehow now alarmed that there's risk factors now that you were unaware of? Is that how you feel?
No.
Okay. So as I understand it, the judge had ordered a conditional release plan to be put into place, right? You're aware of that after the last hearing?
Yes.
And isn't it true that part of the therapy that you were working on then with Morgan was working with her on that transition to the community?
Yes.
Because that's something that you wanted to have happen for her, right?
Yes.
And in fact, as you sit here today, it's something that you still want to happen for her, right?
Yes.
There's no new red flag that's so alarming to you as a therapist that you think you need more therapy with Morgan at Winnebago, right?
No.
So, and that's knowing this information. The state asked you about Morgan's reading themes. The book we're talking about, this Rent Boy book, you are now aware she read that book, right?
Yes.
Has there ever been a rule of therapy or that she can't read certain material?
No.
Are you aware of is she subject to any such rules that she can't read a particular genre or a particular type of book at Winnebago?
No,
So there's no restrictions, right?
not that I'm aware of.
And you would agree that you and Morgan have a good relationship, at least you would see it that way, right?
Yes.
And now that is part of the therapy that every time she comes in to meet with you, Morgan talks about the last book she read in the last couple of days, or how do you guys handle her choice of reading material?
If she chooses to share what she's reading, she might share what she's interested in or what she's reading. I don't specifically ask about it.
You've gotten to know her very well over the last year, right?
Yes.
You know that Morgan is a very bright young woman, right?
Yes.
And you know that she's very well read, isn't she?
Yes.
You also know that at Winnebago, there's no internet access that she has, right?
Correct.
So she's not on the internet, on Facebook or any other site, interacting with people who are posting stuff, as far as you know, right?
Yes.
And Miss Geyser is interested in all sorts of reading material, from historical fiction to current fiction to Catcher in the Rye and Van Gogh and all sorts of things. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Because you guys have talked about that as part of your getting to know each other. One way to get to know someone as a therapist is ask them what they're interested in, right?
Yes.
And that's a normal part of therapy, isn't it? That as a therapist, you try to develop a rapport with the person that you're treating.
Yes.
So if somebody that you're treating is really interested in movies, you might talk to them about movies or things like that, right?
Yes.
And have you ever felt like Morgan withholds information from you in this year that you've treated her? Do you feel like you have to pry information out of her in therapy, or would you describe her as somebody who discloses and reports what she does?
Yes. She discloses and reports. She comes in ready to talk regularly.
And I think it's important to cover this topic, ma'am. After reading this book, Rent Boy, that has these concerning themes, or these gory themes, did you notice a regression in Morgan such that you were alarmed that perhaps she had read something disturbing and was now experiencing trauma in therapy, or no?
I have not seen any regression from her since I've been working with her. I don't know when she read the book.
Okay, so in the year you've been working with her, you've not noticed any regression based on anything she's read. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Now, a person named Jeff Pagel, who you said you were aware of because his name has been mentioned in therapy before, right?
Yes.
This is not a current person that Miss Geyser is having contact with, as you understand it, right?
Yes, correct.
His name came up as somebody that she didn't want to have contact with. That's what you recall, isn't it?
Yes.
And it was her bringing up Jeffrey Pagel to you, right?
Yes.
That's how you learn about it in therapy, because Morgan, as the patient, is disclosing something that she's concerned about that she wishes to talk through with you, right?
Yes.
And then you talk through it and figure out whether it's something that requires more discussion or more treatment, right?
Correct.
And have you had ma'am, I don't know if you've had a chance, but have you had a chance to read the petition that was filed to revoke Miss Geyser's conditional release?
No, I haven't read it.
Okay. And is there anything as you sit here now that causes you to recommend to the court that she needs more institutional therapy?
I don't believe I can make that opinion. I don't, make an opinion on whether or not she's ready to leave or should stay longer.
Okay. Is there a new treatment plan that you think needs to be developed with her because she had some historical contact with Pagel, or because she read this Rent Boy literature?
No.
Nothing.
Correct.
That's all.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, I should say this is
Redirect.
right. It's actually redirect. Excuse me.
Ms. Portman, I think that you testified that really there was not a lot of discussion about Ms. Geyser's interest in terms of reading material during therapy. True?
Not a lot, just casual conversation about Van Gogh. We talked about Van Gogh quite a bit.
But Ms. Geyser never offered to you, hey, I'm reading this book and right now the characters are selling human organs on the black market. That was not a casual discussion that you had, right?
Correct.
And you've now testified that that's not a concern. You don't believe that that's concerning, right?
Correct.
You're aware that historically, Ms. Geyser has been fixated on fictional characters, right?
Yes.
And the index offense was directly related to a fictional character named Slender Man. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that in Ms. Geyser's history, she was also fixated on literary characters, right? From Harry Potter books.
Yes.
And you know that the index offense was, at least for a part of time, reportedly due to adherence of the wishes of those fictional people, right?
I'm not real clear on that remote past. I've really worked with her in the present time. I can speak better to what work she's done in the past year and where she's been at mentally in the past year.
But don't you think that someone with that history, it would be very, very important to monitor what types of fictional characters they are relating to and interested in?
I was more attuned to her mental status, her mental health, how she was presenting, whether she was delusional or psychotic or anxious. We coped with grief and family and relationships in her present environment in the past year.
And you testified that you, for the most part, felt like Ms. Geyser was an accurate reporter with you and appeared stable, right?
Yes.
You're also aware that at a point in time, Ms. Geyser reported that all of the symptomology surrounding her schizophrenia was things she had made up.
I'm sorry, this is so far beyond the scope at this point, Your Honor.
Well, it's beyond the scope of the cross to an extent, but yet we're going into detail on therapy and on contact with Ms. Geyser. So I'll overrule the objection. I think it's necessary to go forward. I find it's within the scope of cross.
Do you need me to restate the question, Ms. Portman?
Please.
You're aware that Ms. Geyser has reported that she feigned symptoms of schizophrenia and never suffered from a mental disease or defect at the time of the index offense.
We talked about that in therapy.
Do you think that it's possible that there's a risk underlying the stability that you see from Ms. Geyser in your therapy with her?
Do I think that there's a risk? Oh, can you restate that?
Sure. Now knowing that Ms. Geyser has an interest in the types of artwork that we've talked about, decapitated figures, and the type of fiction we've talked about, murder and sexual sadism. Do you have any concern that the presentation that you're seeing from Ms. Geyser in therapy is not accurately reflecting what's going on?
I don't. I saw somebody who was who I interpreted as being very authentic and processing authentic emotion and thoughts and relating to her environment and bringing that into the therapy session and processing it. I saw, that's what I saw.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, Ms. Portman. That's all I have.
Any recross?
Yes, briefly. Is there a rule of therapy that she's supposed to bring up every one of the books that she reads and talk to you about it?
No.
Okay. And you've now had a chance to look into this, the book Rent Boy, and it's not something that raises any concerns to you as her treatment provider, right?
Right.
That's all.
Any further direct?
No, thank you.
Ms. Portman, what is your educational background?
I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I have a master's degree in social work.
And how long have you been working at Winnebago?
15 years or 14 years. 15 years with the state.
So have you been you said you've been a part of Ms. Geyser's treatment team for the last year?
Yes.
Before that, were you involved in other treatment teams involving other individuals at Winnebago?
Yes. Yes.
How many other individuals have you been involved in as a treatment team member with?
Oh, hundreds and hundreds for 15 years. So.
All right, I have no other questions. Any questions to the witness based upon my questions from the state?
No, thank you.
Attorney Cotton, anything from you?
No.
All right, thank you. And then Ms. Portman, thanks for being here. I appreciate your time. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
How should we proceed at this point?
Judge, at this time, I don't have any other testimony or evidence on the state's burden for the petition, and I believe I've moved the only exhibit I marked into evidence, Exhibit 1.
I think you did. We received State's Exhibit 1.
Those were court exhibits, you said, Judge.
Yeah, we have 2 courts exhibits. Are you moving those in?
I would move both reports in.
So I'll receive both, so ordered.
Yeah.
And then, do you want the exhibits, Attorney Cotton?
I was just going to grab them, yeah.
I'll give them to you. How are you, then, the state's resting, how do you wish to proceed?
Call Dr. Ken Robbins. He's waiting on Zoom right now.
All right. Do you want these exhibits?
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Judge.
Yeah. Excuse me?
I just let him in now.
All right. Dr. Robbins, you're appearing by Zoom. Can you see and hear the court? I cannot hear you, so you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
I can. I can see you and I can hear you. Can you see and hear the court?
I can.
All right, very good. Thank you. I'm going to ask you to stand if you can. Raise your right hand. Our clerk will swear you in.
Okay.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And you've testified previously in these hearings concerning Ms. Geyser?
I have.
Thank you. Then Attorney Cotton.
Judge, given your familiarity with this doctor, would you take judicial notice of his qualifications?
I will. I'll take judicial notice of the qualifications for Dr. Robbins as well as the other 2 doctors that are to appear if they appear today. So ordered.
Dr. Robbins, good afternoon. Thank you for appearing.
My pleasure.
You are in receipt of the amended or the petition for revocation of conditional release that was provided to you, right?
Correct.
After that was given, after that was given to you, did you take any action or take any steps?
I did. So I'm in California, so I couldn't go to Winnebago to see Morgan directly in person, but I did have a remote interview with Morgan, and then I spoke with Dr. Kayla Pope, the medical director of Winnebago.
And what if anything, did you talk to Kayla? You said Kayla Pope, Dr. Pope is the medical director of Winnebago?
Correct.
Why did you speak with her?
I wanted to know, because I was surprised that the report from Ms. Whitaker suggested that the staff who were working with Morgan weren't aware of what was going on with either the books or with this man who had been contacting her. And that wasn't my understanding, so I wanted to find out what the truth was. So I called Dr. Pope to get more information.
And what did you learn the truth was?
I'm sorry, that one didn't come through clearly.
What did you learn when you spoke with Dr. Pope?
Objection, hearsay.
So Dr.
Well,
Pope told me,
it is, if it's offered for the truth of the matter concerned, as I understand the question, so it is hearsay.
It's to show why he did the things he did, why he took the next steps and pursued the opinion that he ended up concluding.
Well, that's true, but then we don't receive it for the truth of the matter asserted. We receive it for what he heard and what he did in response to what he heard.
Right.
All right, I'll receive it on that basis.
And so thank you, Judge. So, Dr. Robbins, you spoke with Dr. Pope, and what did you learn as you spoke with Dr. Pope?
Dr. Pope told me that the staff were well aware of the books that Morgan had read, including the specific book that Ms. Whitaker mentioned. I think it was, Rent Boy. I'm not sure I have that quite right, but something like that. And that they were well aware of this man, Mr. Pagel, who had visited Morgan. So they were aware of all of this and had discussed it, and were not uncomfortable. Did not feel like any of this put Morgan at increased risk of behaving violently.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Morgan then?
I did.
Was it by Zoom or by phone?
It was by phone. I'm in a very rural part of California, and Zoom wasn't. I couldn't access Zoom.
And based on your discussions with Ms. Geyser, do you, in your knowledge of what she has read, do you have an opinion about her suitability for conditional release?
Yes, so I was aware of some of the books. I wasn't aware of this particular book, but after talking with Morgan and after doing some search myself about this book and speaking with Dr. Pope, it doesn't change my opinion about her suitability for conditional release.
Why not? Should the court be alarmed that she read a particularly gory book? Does that make her more susceptible to violence, for example?
So I went through, I was sent a list by Morgan and by you as well of the books that Morgan has read over the last year, and the vast majority are not violent books. She's, she reads a wide range, mostly of sort of classic literature. And when I myself looked up this book, Rent Boy, what it was described on the internet was that it was I wrote this down because I wasn't sure I'd remember it. It described it as a hysterical romp through the worlds of contemporary culture and crime. It doesn't advertise it as a particularly gory or particularly sexual. It describes it as a comic book, that it's focused on comedy. I don't mean comic book. And I guess I didn't find the description to be alarming. And when I spoke with Morgan, she was very clear that that's not what attracted her to this, not the sex, not the violence. She just found it an interesting discussion of culture and comedy. So no, I think she reads a wide range of books because she has a wide range of interests, and she has such limited access to entertainment that I can imagine she wants to experience a wide range of books and try to understand what's happening in the culture. So no, there was nothing about this that made it sound to me like Morgan is focusing on gore or violence, or that anything about what she's been doing would put her at increased risk for violence.
Thank you. When you read through the list of books that she's read over the last year, some of those books include, for example, she reads the Bible every day. Did you become aware of that?
I did.
And certainly there's violent themes even in the Bible, aren't there?
There are.
She's read the Catcher in the Rye, for example, right?
Correct.
Books about the Vietnam War and about Vincent van Gogh, memoirs about other people, right? So it's a whole wide array, as you said, of books. Isn't that true?
It is a wide array with all different topics, and certainly going through that list doesn't suggest that she's focusing on books about crime or violence.
As you used to be the medical director of the Mendota Mental Health Hospital, weren't you?
That's true.
Isn't it important that, and isn't Winnebago sort of the sister institution? We only have two institutions, Winnebago and Mendota, right?
That's correct.
And does an individual in the institution have any control over the books that people send into them? Do these institutions restrict books from coming in?
Well, to some extent they do. They look to see what the books are. They inspect what comes in to see if they believe it's suitable. So yes, they do play some role.
Okay, so it'd be fair to say anything that Morgan reads is something that came through, as far as you know, the proper channels to be sent into Winnebago, and she would read it inside the institution, right?
Objection, foundation for this witness to know that fact.
Sustained.
When you learned about the various books that she read and thought about the conclusions you had offered previously, do you have a different opinion today, or do you think that Ms. Geyser should continue to be released under conditional release?
My opinion hasn't changed. I continue to believe that Ms. Geyser should be released under conditional release.
And knowing what you know about her having contact in person in June of 2023 with Jeffrey Pagel, and some of the other information that was contained about him, does that change your opinion?
So I think Morgan is going to unfortunately have to deal with people who are attracted to her because of her criminal history. And I think this is one example, but I think she became aware that that's what he was doing, and she herself recognized that she should be shielded from meeting with someone who had that motivation, and she asked that something be done to prevent him from being able to see her back in June of 2024, and that has continued.
Was that an inappropriate way for Ms. Geyser to address it?
I think that was a perfect way for her to address it.
That's all. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Cross-examination.
Dr. Robbins, I guess I'm a little bit confused by something that you said in response to Attorney Cotton's question. Is Dr. Pope someone that would be considered to be part of Ms. Geyser's treatment team that sits in on her treatment?
So she has been. She was her psychiatrist for quite a long time, and she has continued. She oversees all the clinical care at the institution. So she apparently has sat in on some of the clinical team meetings.
And you indicated that when you spoke to her, that she indicated the information that was filed with the court was just all incorrect about what the treatment team knew.
What she told me was that so there was apparently a social worker who sat in on the interview that Ms. Whitaker had with Morgan, and Ms. Whitaker asked this particular social worker some questions about what the team knew, and that they had not anticipated that there was going to be this kind of give and take, and the social worker was a relatively new social worker and was not knowledgeable about what the team knew and didn't know, and so she had a hard time answering the questions.
And that's what you recall Dr. Pope telling you?
Yes.
Sir, Ms. Whitaker testified today, and she said that she never confirmed with anyone in Morgan's treatment team about these things. That was done by a DHS representative. Does that sound familiar at all?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess all I know is that whoever the representative spoke with, apparently, according to Dr. Pope at least, wasn't as knowledgeable as would have been ideal.
Well, the court also just heard from Ms. Geyser's therapist, who agreed with all of the lack of information that's cited in the report that was filed. She agreed that these are things that the treatment team was unaware of and that hadn't been worked on in treatment.
Yeah, I can only tell you what Dr. Pope told me.
You'd agree with me that it seems like we've got a lot of conflicting information right now for the court, though.
Yeah, that may be true. I don't know that.
Okay. You'd agree with me that historically, Ms. Geyser has had issues becoming fixated on fictional characters.
Yes, in the distant past, that was true.
And so fixated that it led to the index offense.
Yes, I believe that's true.
So don't you think it would be really, really important for someone who's trying to assess risk to the community to know all about what kind of fiction characters Ms. Geyser's interested in?
So believing that fictional characters are real is very different from wanting to know what books she's reading. Yes, I think it would be important to know if she thinks there are current fictional characters that are real, if that's true today. But I don't know that it's critical that they're aware of every book that she reads.
Do you think that the treatment team at Winnebago Mental Health should know that Ms. Geyser enjoys reading about the sale of human organs on the black market?
I'm sorry, that completely misstates the record. She read a book to say that to make it broad and to suggest to the doctor that she is interested broadly in the concept is far different than reading one book, Your Honor.
Well, this is cross-examination, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
Do you mind repeating that question?
Do you think it would be important for Ms. Geyser's treatment team at Winnebago Mental Health to know that she enjoys reading material with topics about trading human organs on the black market?
So certainly if that were true, I think it would be important for them to know. I don't see evidence that that's true.
Do you think it would be important for Ms. Geyser's treatment team at Winnebago to know that she enjoys reading materials surrounded on themes of murder?
I guess I'd say the same thing. If it were true, I would agree that that would be an important thing to be aware of, but I don't see evidence that that's true.
Have you ever seen evidence that Ms. Geyser enjoys creating artwork that is depicting decapitated figures?
I'm not aware that she enjoys artwork depicting decapitated figures.
Are you aware that Ms. Geyser created such artwork and sent it to someone outside of the facility?
So I am aware that she sent some gory pictures to the man that we talked about. Again, I don't know how much enjoyment she truly got from that. I think some of that was influenced by what he asked her to do.
Do you think it would be important for Ms. Geyser's treatment team to know that she's engaging in creating gory artwork?
I guess if that were a consistent thing and that's what she was focusing on, yes, I think that would be important to know about.
Are you aware that Ms. Geyser was creating dark-themed artwork around the time of the index offense?
I am aware of that.
Do the similarities in these themes not cause you any pause?
If I believed that she was in a similar emotional state, if I believed she got similar reinforcement by doing it, yes, I would be concerned. I don't believe that to be the case, however.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any further direct?
Yes. Why don't you believe that to be the case?
Based on both talking to Dr. Pope and talking to Morgan herself, she was very clear that she doesn't take pleasure in gore or in violence, that she's trying to experience a full range of what's going on in the universe, and including what's going on in culture. And certainly there's a lot of violence in our culture, and I think that's part of what she's trying to understand and make sense of. But do I think that she takes particular pleasure in violence or in gore? No, I don't see evidence to suggest that.
And you've studied hundreds, if not thousands, of pages of historical records in this case, right?
I have.
And in fact, one thing you examined and read is Dr. Lundbaum's report that she authored in support of conditional release. Do you remember that?
I do.
And in fact, Morgan's artwork was specifically mentioned in that report, wasn't it?
It was.
The fact that Morgan even said, I used my art as a way not to self-harm. I put everything bad in me out in my art and writing so I don't do that. It's a way to cope with my trauma. You remember reading that?
I do.
That's a healthy thing, isn't that?
I think it's a healthy thing. I think Morgan has had very limited ways of expressing herself, of experiencing culture for the last 11 years while she's been institutionalized. And I guess I'm not surprised that part of what she has done is read books about crime and culture and drawn artwork involving crime, culture, and violence. I don't think that suggests that she's about to become violent.
Right. The state introduced, so you know, Dr. Robbins, today, the state introduced one photo, one drawing that Morgan did of some sort. Can we show this exhibit to the witness, Your Honor? Exhibit 1. Okay. She drew one drawing with what appears to be not even a person, but some sort of thing with its head cut off, okay? One drawing they've introduced. Does that give you any cause for alarm that she did one drawing like that?
It does not.
And when Ms. Geyser, and this is something you've known, even before you authored your original conditional release report, you knew about her artwork, didn't you?
I did.
Because she said and Morgan has said that her artwork, sometimes it's dark, right?
She does.
And she's in trauma therapy. That's part of her therapy, isn't it?
It is, and she's around, many perpetrators, many people who've committed crimes. That's really her social group, and that's what she's hearing about.
Right. What's important is whether there's any indication. Would it be important to talk to Ms. Geyser's therapist at Winnebago and hear the therapist's opinions? Would those matter, do you believe?
Yes, I think that would matter.
And if the therapist testified that she sees no additional need to continue providing any new therapy at Winnebago as a result of this. She's not concerned about it in the least. Okay?
Okay.
Does that surprise you, or do you differ in that opinion?
I don't differ, and it's consistent with what Dr. Pope said to me.
Thank you.
Any further cross?
No, thank you.
All right. Well, doctor, thank you for being available today. You have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further witnesses?
Defense rests.
How about Dr. Collins? Is she here?
I think you have both of the doctors available by Zoom if you care to
Okay,
hear from
but
them.
the defense rests.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'd like to hear from the other two doctors.
Okay.
So I'll call Dr. Collins as a court witness. Dr. Collins, you're appearing by Zoom?
Yes.
I can see you and hear you. Can you see and hear the court?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you to stand and raise your right hand, and our clerk will swear you in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated. State your full name and spell your last name.
Deborah Collins. DeborahCollins.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Who wishes to ask questions of Dr. Collins initially?
I think procedurally it should be the court. You chose to call her and the parties have rested.
Well, I'd like one of the attorneys to do it. Is there an objection to the court asking the questions from the state?
No.
All right. Objection from the defense?
No.
All right. Dr. Collins, you're familiar with Morgan Geyser?
Yes.
And you wrote a report previously that was dated December 9, 2024 with regard to her conditional release.
Yes.
You're aware of the petition that was filed to revoke the conditional release order of the court?
Yes.
Have you've been part of the court proceeding that you've heard the other witnesses who testified?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to the risk involved, the dangers involved with what's been disclosed in the petition for revocation of the conditional release that affects the court's decision on conditional release?
While I certainly recognize conflicting information that's been presented to the court and contained in the petition for revocation, it doesn't cause me to undo the analysis or opinion set forth in my report.
Okay, why is that?
Because in large part, the information that's been provided isn't new. It's been known. The reading material that Ms. Geyser has access to or seeks out is known at Winnebago. Now, whether or not someone reads the books that Ms. Geyser reads is unknown. But there's nothing about what I've learned since knowing that the state was attempting to revoke Ms. Geyser's petition that would suggest to me that she now suddenly poses a significant risk of bodily harm to herself, others, or serious property damage if conditionally released, with all the supports, accountability, supervision that entails.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Collins from the state?
Dr. Collins, was there information that you heard that causes you concerns today or in the report you reviewed?
Certainly at first blush, hearing that the accusation that someone is obsessed with gore gives one pause. When I explored that with Ms. Geyser, when I met with her for a follow-up interview virtually on Monday, when I talked to her social worker, when I look at the records that I have and hear the testimony, I don't see that to be true. I don't find it to be credible, given what others close to Ms. Geyser, who have known her best during the past year, how they describe her or characterize her in the clinical records.
Have you requested additional records from Winnebago since you last did a review of records for Ms. Geyser?
Yes, I did. My office requested earlier this week her available clinical records that have accrued since I met with her in November to the present. I've not received those records.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to speak with Dr. Pope, for example, from Winnebago at all?
I did not speak with Dr. Pope, though I did conduct a collateral interview with Ms. Geyser's current social worker, also via video conference.
Did that interview offer any insight into kind of what has become this question of what was known and unknown to the treatment team?
What I learned is that the petition for revocation, the best I could gather, took the treatment team by surprise. That they had wished that some of the concerns that the half-hour weekly virtual meetings with Ms. Geyser in anticipation of conditional release had been brought back to Ms. Geyser so that she could explain or put context on things that had come up. But I learned that it's largely a surprise to staff, as best I could tell. Ms. Geyser herself mentioned that I think she had witnessed at least 4 Winnebago Mental Health Institute staff members become tearful about learning about the revocation of her petition and the curtailing of her rights and privileges currently because of it at Winnebago.
In terms of specifically, and you testified that you have been able to hear the hearing that's been going on all afternoon, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. There seems to be some conflict between the testimony Dr. Robbins offered and the testimony that was offered by Lisa Portman in terms of the treatment team's awareness of some of these risk factors. If you'll recall, Dr. Robbins testified, well, Dr. Pope said the treatment team was aware of all of these things listed in the petition, whereas Ms. Lisa Portman testified, no, I'm her therapist. I wasn't aware of that. We didn't work on that. Did your discussion with that member of the treatment team clarify any of those issues?
No, and I frankly can't. I simply am befuddled by the apparent differences or the clear differences in the testimony offered. I just don't know the answer.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Doctor.
Attorney Cotton, any questions?
So you've not changed your conclusions from your report filed December 30th, right, Dr. Collins?
No, the information that I've learned has not caused me to alter either the analysis or conclusions in that report, although I would acknowledge the practical problem that the court now faces, or challenge the court now faces.
Right, the practical problem being that the treatment team, rather than go to Morgan and work on this for a bit of time and get her side of it, is immediately sought revocation, and that's what you're referring to.
In part, that's what I'm referring to. The other part is that now, at least as presently stands, pending the outcome of the court's decisions, that the treatment team moving forward, if Ms. Geyser is granted conditional release, has expressed concerns about how they would do that safely. That, however, doesn't cause me to change, the data that I have doesn't cause me to change my opinion about her amenability for conditional release, her accessibility to supervision and accountability, her expressed willingness to comply with any and all terms, albeit with some emotional upset as she learns that moving forward she'll have less liberty than she, at least initially, than she does in the institution.
And you touched on that too, Dr. Collins. She actually, Morgan, it sounds like, has suffered some consequences now at the institution for this. Is that right?
Yes.
Even though she didn't do anything wrong.
Correct.
Didn't break a rule, didn't do anything wrong, but she's now had some of her privileges rescinded because they're seeking revocation. Is that right?
I think most of them are now all on hold.
And it moved at least 4 people to tears, the idea that she wouldn't be allowed to be released potentially.
According to Ms. Geyser.
Okay, that's all.
Any further questions from the state?
Just very narrowly, Doctor, you mentioned that overall your opinion about Ms. Geyser's willingness to comply with the terms of release hasn't changed. And I just wanted to ask you about the testimony that you heard from Ms. Whitaker in terms of there seemed to be some pretty extreme pushback of the idea that the conditional release team would be monitoring Ms. Geyser's reading material. Is that something that you discussed with Ms. Geyser at all?
Yes.
And did there appear to be more willingness to comply with that rule, that reality, that is going to be part of the monitoring?
Yes. What Ms. Geyser said is that while she did express dismay, upset, was tearful when she learned that for the first time in 11 years, her access to reading material, choices about what she read could be curtailed, she said that while she was upset, she never said she wouldn't comply with that.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I had.
Attorney Cotton, anything further?
No.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Collins, thank you for being available today. That's all. I have no further questions for you. Thank you. Then is Dr. Lundholm still available?
She's still on.
All right. Dr. Lundholm, are you able to see and hear the court?
I can.
Well, I can see and hear you. I'm going to ask you to stand, raise your right hand, and I'll ask our clerk to swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Now, you're familiar with Morgan Geyser?
Yes.
You've written other reports concerning her situation, true?
Correct.
Your most recent report is a report that was dated December 30, 2024, true?
True.
Are you aware of the petition that was filed for revocation of the conditional release order that the court granted previously?
Yes, both the amended and then the original.
All right, thank you. Now, you've been connected by Zoom to the hearing this afternoon.
Correct.
So you've heard the testimony of the various witnesses that have occurred.
I have.
Have you had contact with Ms. Geyser with regard to the issues today?
I did. I had an opportunity to speak to Ms. Geyser via Zoom Pro video conferencing that took place on, I believe it was Tuesday of this week.
All right, thank you. In the report, you recall what your conclusion was in your report from December 30 of 2024?
I do.
And what was that?
I offered support for her petition for conditional release, specifically that I did not believe that she posed a significant risk of bodily harm to self, others, or to property.
Is what you've read in the petition for revocation of the conditional release and from the various witnesses who testified today, has that opinion changed?
I would say that with the conversation that I had with Ms. Geyser, in addition to the testimony here today, as well as I did have the opportunity to review her contemporary institutional records, as well as had collateral contacts with a variety of different folks, both through, through the Winnebago Mental Health Institute, as well as through Department of Health Services and Wisconsin Community Services. After reviewing the entirety of the available data, my opinion has not changed.
So from what you've said, then you've seen Winnebago records with regard to Ms. Geyser that were developed after your initial meetings with her in 2024 up through most recently.
Correct. I had asked for and received her institutional records that have been generated since December of 2024, which is my last contact with her.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I have no other questions. State have questions?
Dr. Lundbaum, you indicated that you were able to review the updated Winnebago mental health records. You also indicated you spoke with some staff at Winnebago. Would that be people from Ms. Geyser's treatment team?
So I had the opportunity to speak to her current social worker, as well as I had the opportunity to speak to administrative staff, both the Winnebago director, Jesse Andrews, as well as the deputy director, Maria Kunin.
I guess I have some similar questions for you as I did for Dr. Collins, just given that there's some disparity in the information that's been presented to the court. Do you have any clarity in terms of whether the treatment team for Ms. Geyser knew about these topics of information or was unaware about these topics of information that are listed in the petition to revoke? Because the court's heard kind of two different things today, and I'm just wondering if you have any insight into that based on your discussions with the director.
So as I understand it, the people working with Ms. Geyser on a day-to-day basis in general were aware that she has read horror-themed books over time, maybe not necessarily specifically the book that has come up during the course of the conditional release planning process and the ins and outs of what that book entailed, but they have expressed some familiarity with the fact that she's read different kinds of horror-themed books over the course of several years. The information that I had also suggests that they were generally aware of the relationship with that particular individual. It obviously has been discussed in my previous evaluations to the court and have raised concerns about not just him, but other people that place potentially Ms. Geyser in and of herself at a higher risk for exploitation or manipulation. And I have specifically recommended that the people working with her remain in close attention to those particular folks, and it warrants ongoing consideration and monitoring to ensure that she's essentially not preyed upon.
Is there a difference between the staff that are attending to Ms. Geyser on a daily or semi-daily basis versus what has been referred to today as her treatment team at Winnebago?
So there are treatment professionals that would include her psychiatrist, social worker, Ms. Portman, who we heard from here today. There's also line staff that work with her on the day-to-day that aren't necessarily a part of that treatment team, but they do work with her closely. Then there's administrative staff. And I will be honest, I did not speak to them in particular about her adjustment, but rather I had questions about essentially policies and procedures at Winnebago and wanted some clarity from some of the questions that these allegations brought forward.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions from Attorney Cotton?
Oh.
All right, thank you. Dr. Lundbaum, I have no further questions for you. Thank you for appearing today and being available. You have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does the state have any other witnesses or evidence to offer?
No, thank you, Judge.
Does the defense have any other witnesses or evidence to offer?
No.
All right, then all evidence is closed. Then I'll hear arguments.
Thank you, Judge. The state obviously bears the burden here today. We are in support of the petition that was filed to revoke conditional release at this time. Pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 971.17, subsection 3, subsection E. As we discussed at the last hearing, this court needs to consider, in this case specifically, because there's not been a plan created yet, there's no conditional release rules that Ms. Geyser could have violated already. And so when looking at the statute, sub 3, sub C, the authority under which the department has filed this petition I'm sorry, give me one moment. The authority under which the department filed the petition is not specific to a rule violation. It's the other piece of the clause of that sentence. If the Department of Health Services alleges that a released person has violated any condition or rule, or that the safety of the person or others requires that conditional release be revoked, and then it continues on. They may be taken into custody, file a petition showing probable cause, and a petition to revoke. So the piece of this statute that we're operating under is that the safety of the person or others requires that conditional release be revoked. That's the basis under which the department filed the petition. That's the basis under which the state is asking you to revoke conditional release today. I'm relying primarily on the petition, but also on the testimony that was offered today. I think that there are unknown risks, as was indicated by Ms. Martinez, that cannot adequately be prepared for. And when you have the units that are tasked with supervising these individuals telling you they don't feel that they can adequately supervise this person, that must give the court pause. And then I think you need to dive into why those entities are saying these things. And frankly, Judge, the similarities between the concerning items detailed in the petition and testified about today and entered into evidence are very, very concerning to the state because of the similarities to the index offense. The issue of the fiction material that Ms. Geyser chooses to be reading on its face in some cases may not be an issue at all, but the problem the department sees with it here is that she wasn't completely forthcoming about it, and this affinity toward this type of material wasn't something that had been addressed with the treatment team in a way that they could rely on that treatment team to adequately assess the risk and create a plan that addressed it. Similarly, this artwork that I submit to the court, no one was aware that Ms. Geyser had an affinity for, that I've entered into evidence, is extremely concerning, not only given its graphic nature, but given what we know about the index offense and what was occurring around the index offense. The state has real concerns that these things are just, frankly, red flags at this point, and that more time is needed for these issues to be addressed in Winnebago with the treatment team, so that when conditional release is appropriate, the team can prepare a plan that will adequately protect the community. And so that's why I'm in support of the petition, and that's why we're asking that you grant the petition to revoke conditional release. And that's all the argument that I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the statements. And I'll turn to Attorney Cotton.
You know, Judge, we were here in January 9th of 2025, and I remember it like it was yesterday because we had the same three doctors testify, Doctors Lundbaum, Collins, and Robbins, which the state, for some reason, doesn't mention whatsoever today. And all three of those doctors testified that Ms. Geyser fits the criteria for somebody as a person who should be conditionally released. And what I heard the court order was within 60 days that a conditional release plan would be presented to this court so that you could review it and make some decisions about what is or isn't appropriate in terms of a group home, electronic monitoring, no contact orders, and other such provisions. And we're almost 60 days out from that. What DHS did in response to your order was to serve the court with a petition to revoke conditional release. That's how they chose to handle it. They didn't talk to any of the 3 doctors who just testified today that none of this changes their analysis. They jumped the ship. They jumped the gun. They went right to revocation. Why did they do that? One can only guess. What they should have done is what you ordered. They should have given you the plan for her release, and we should be here right now talking about that. We should have been here on Monday talking about that. There's no scenario where the state has met its burden to prove that Ms. Geyser, who has violated no rule at all, or done anything other than answer the questions that are posed of her, that now she sits here today more dangerous than she was back in January when we were here, Your Honor. The reason you appoint doctors Lundbaum, and these aren't any doctors that we've chosen in this case, Your Honor. These are people with extended familiarity with Ms. Geyser, people who have worked with her, unlike the people we just heard from today who meet her now. For the Ms. Martinez, who never met her, and comes in here and says she should be revoked. These doctors have known Ms. Geyser for years. They've evaluated her, they've watched her progress, they've seen how she's progressed, they've seen the strides that she's taken. All of them, after years, support her release into the community and continue to do so even in the face of these 2 things, which I agree with Dr. Collins, Your Honor. On first blush, you look at it and maybe you think, well, is there something to be concerned about here? I'm glad when we were here a few days ago that you did exactly what you did and you said, I want the doctors to review the amended petition and offer their opinions. I didn't even know, frankly, what Dr. Collins or Lundbaum would say. But I wasn't particularly surprised to hear that it doesn't change their analysis, because even Ms. Geyser's therapist, who the state called, they called her therapist, Lisa Portman, even Ms. Portman doesn't see any reason here to continue keeping Morgan in custody to work through anything else. The time has passed for the plan to be brought to this court. We have a narrow a situation here where that ought to have been done already, frankly. Morgan is not more dangerous today. She has not done anything other than work with the release planning group on her release. That's the only thing that she's done, is answer every question asked of her. She didn't secretly read something she wasn't supposed to. She didn't lie about something she read. She didn't lie about contacts with people in the community. And it's almost a perverted situation where she's being punished for her answering the questions that are asked of her. Now she has less liberty. Now she's brought back for a revocation hearing. And the same arguments that are being made by the state about unknown variables. That's what they told you back in January, and you rejected that. There's always unknown variables. This was the central argument that's been made. We don't know if Morgan's released what the future will look like. You addressed that squarely back in January, and what you said, Judge, was that that's true. There's unknown variables in this world, but that's why the plan gets presented to you, and you evaluate it, and you decide whether that plan is appropriate. There is a group home, as I understand it, that's been testified to today, that is ready to accept Morgan. This is wrong, what they are doing. This is wrong, what DHS has done. It's not right. There is not anything that Morgan did. She wasn't violent. She didn't self-harm. She didn't lie about anything. And to, really rake her through the mud in these proceedings and bring up the fact that somebody who's been in for 11 years, who's never had any restriction on her reading material, that somehow because she cried when confronted with the fact that it was going to be reviewed, that's somehow a red flag. Really, all of this is just sort of a hit job against her, and an unfair one at that, Your Honor. I think you should rely on the 3 doctors. I think that's what this comes down to. 3 clinical experts who have years of history with Morgan, who have reviewed hundreds and thousands and thousands of pages of records, that know her history, that know the offense, that understand the dynamic that happened back when Morgan was 11 and 12, that understand the trauma that she endured as a child. Those people coming here today and telling you nothing is different now. She is not, our opinions are unchanged. That's all you need. And I would hope that you order them to get the plan here. I wouldn't say within 60 days. Frankly, they've had enough time to get the plan together. It ought to be here before you leave the bench. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then any rebuttal argument from the state?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Well, it's important as Attorney Nicolai pointed out to look to the statute to begin with. That's what sets the really the parameters and the environment of what the court's rulings are today. So in Section 971.17 addresses the not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect pleas and how they're handled. The court initially imposed, found based upon a stipulation of the parties to the various reports that were filed that Ms. Geyser was not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And then I entered a commitment order for a long period of time. I think it's 40 years. During that period of commitment, however, Ms. Geyser and other people in her position have a right to ask for a conditional release every 6 months. It happens all of the time. She didn't ask for conditional release for a period of time, but she's asked for several. 2 were denied, and now the court granted the third one. So that's what brings us here today. The conditional release, at least to those who are neophytes in the area and inexperienced in what all of this means, it sounds like, oh, she's out on the street and she's out on her way. That's not what it is. There's substantial supervision placed over the person on supervised release, as was testified today. Supervised release that is in many ways more strict from the rules and restrictions on the person than it would be when she was at the institution from the standpoint of freedom within the confines of the institution. So that's what we're talking about now. What happens? I'd authorize conditional release and ask the state to prepare, or the institution, the department, to prepare a plan for release, which would go in to set the stage for the parameters of rules, regulations, and where she would live and how it would be, how she should conduct herself. So what the rule says then, going to section 971.17, sub 3, sub E, in pertinent part. Now, I should also add that at the last time we were in court, the court did an analysis of the status of the case and the procedural status of the case. And that was on February 28th. So at that point, I determined, from my view of the statutes, is that the classic petition for release, or rather the classic petition to revoke a conditional release order, is done after the person's been on conditional release and the plan is in place. And we've talked about that for rule violations. In this case, the statute also provides for the state to bring, or the institution to bring, a claim for revocation of conditional release based upon safety issues. So what the statute says in the sub E, in pertinent part, if the Department of Health Services alleges that a released person has violated any condition or rule, or that the safety of the person or others requires a conditional release to be revoked, he or she may be taken into custody under the rules of the department. The department shall submit a statement showing probable cause of the detention and a petition to revoke the order for a conditional release to the committing court. That's where we are today. Now, what's important to note yet, that the final conditional release document hasn't been signed or approved. That's the plan. Right before the plan, I ruled, and at the February 28th hearing, that although it doesn't quite fit with the classic position, it's something that the court should consider. The safety issue is so important to the court and to the community that the court decided to hear the case and hear the petition. Attorney Cotton alleged that because the very technical routing of the case had not occurred, that the court shouldn't even consider the petition. So then the statute goes on. The court shall hear the petition within 30 days unless the hearing or timeline is waived by the detained person. The state has the burden of proving by clear and convincing evidence that any rule or condition of release has been violated, or that the safety of the person or others requires that conditional release be revoked. So we're really at that safety provision, that last clause, that the state proved by clear and convincing evidence that the safety of the person or others requires the conditional release then be revoked. That's where we are today. Now, today, I heard testimony from a number of individuals, from the individuals who were involved in submitting the petition to the court with regard to the various allegations. The court heard from the therapist that has dealt with Ms. Geyser for last year, but herself has had worked at Winnebago for 15 years, and I think she said she's had hundreds of people that she's been a therapist for. So she's experienced. What's important, and when any of these individuals testify, is that they not do it out of they testify not out of a book or some formula that they read, but they actually have experience in addressing these particular issues and how the court should address it and how society should look at what's happening. So I'm satisfied that with Ms. Portman's testimony, that she testified as an experienced therapist addressing the needs of the public and the needs of certainly of Ms. Geyser, and what the institution's reaction to the allegations in the petition were. I'm satisfied from what Ms. Portman testified to that there was no reason to stop the process on conditional release and to go forward with the conditional release program and to have the plan developed. What I looked for in the testimony was, did Ms. Geyser lie? Was there subterfuge? Was there manipulation? Was there game playing? People we're always told that Ms. Geyser is smart and intelligent. Intelligent people have the ability to game play, to play the system, if you will. Even in tense situations, they understand how to proceed. And they know they have developed techniques and strategies to manipulate those people that supervise them and watch them. Now, none of that came out today, that any of those circumstances exist. So I'm satisfied Ms. Geyser's communication with people in the institution and who she talked to about the conditional release team too was truthful and accurate. She reacted to questions that she was asked. I saw no hidden agenda on her part, no lying, no misrepresentation. That's important from the court standpoint. With regard to much has been said about books, the nature of the book, no one testified about what the book was really like except for Dr. Robbins. I was somewhat taken aback when he said it was a humorous book. I don't know whether it is or not. I'm assuming people on the supervised release team had looked at it and knew what it was. But he basically put the book in context. Nobody challenged that context. With regard to the contact with Mr. Pagel, which is a matter to be concerned with, first and foremost, nobody disagrees that based upon the nature of the case, the nature of Ms. Geyser's involvement in the case, that she's going to be subject to, if you will, public scrutiny, the public notoriety, public curiosity. And there are people out there who obsess over cases such as this. I don't know whether Mr. Pagel necessarily is that, but there are people out there that will take advantage of the system for their own purposes. There's nothing in the information that we have brought forward that when Ms. Geyser developed a sense of what the person was really about, she stopped contact. There's nothing in the record that shows that she did anything to encourage the person beyond sending him some pictures and doing things like that, which she probably shouldn't have done. But I don't see that in and of itself as a reason to find that she's at risk for herself or at risk to harm the community in a conditional release plan. We can't stop other people from contacting her, from doing things that they shouldn't do. But what we can do is regulate and monitor Ms. Geyser so she doesn't encourage that. Now, there's nobody testified today that she encouraged any of this stuff. Now, she was participating, she communicated with him, she saw him, but that doesn't mean that she encouraged it or did anything to place her in an unsafe position. Now, I have to rely upon what's testified to. I don't have other information. I can make assumptions and draw inferences, but I need a basis to draw inferences. I don't see anything out there to draw any inferences that other than what's been presented. The picture is clear, it's transparent. I don't see the risk to the public. I don't see the risk to her in what other people do. Now, there's another twist to that, of course. If there was evidence that she called Mr. Pagel or communicated with him as, come on, sneak in, get this stuff in, and we're going to get together, that's a different story. The postcard that talked about the intimate contact was, I can't comment on it other than the court recognizes, as one of the witnesses talked about, that what happens when somebody's in their 20s and they have sexual interests. But I don't see that the sexual interest went beyond just that, and it was stopped by Ms. Geyser. What do I do with that? I'm reminded of a TV commercial years ago that had a little lady going up to a hamburger counter and saying, "Where's the beef?" You know, we can laugh and smile about that, but there has to be substance to it. Supposition, accusation has to be followed by proof that convinces the court, according to the statute, by clear and convincing evidence that she's a safety risk, a risk to herself or the risk to the public or to property. I don't see that in any of the testimony that's been offered in support of the petition to revoke. I'm satisfied that, as terrible as the facts of this case are that brought Ms. Geyser in the court, I'm satisfied that under the statutes, she's followed the statutes. People may not like the fact that the conditional release is available, but it's there. And if somebody meets the statutory criteria, then conditional release is appropriate. The court followed the statute, did it initially on January 9th. It does so again today. I look for the proof. Proof is in the pudding, and these other little cliches one can talk about. But that's what the court has to look to. I see no lying, no subterfuge. I see no risks brought forward. Everything seems to be in order. Ms. Geyser appears to be rule-abiding. If somebody tells her not to do something, it appears from the testimony throughout the entire case, including at the hearing in January, that she follows the rules. Now, that's good. That's what we want people to do. People don't always like the rules that they are told to follow. Sometimes people get upset and they yell about it and they scream. They may cry, but they still follow the rules. It's when people don't follow the rules and they lie about it and then they go and sneak behind your back and do something different. That's where the concern is. I don't see that in this case. It hasn't been established. So I'm satisfied that the state has not met its burden by clear and convincing evidence to show that Ms. Geyser is a risk of safety to herself, danger to herself, or danger to others, or danger to property. On that basis, I'll deny the petition to revoke the conditional release. I will dismiss it so ordered. Now, I'm going to order that the conditional release plan be filed. The question is, when can it be filed? Now, I should be the judge that hears it because of all the anecdotal knowledge that I have about the case. But I have certain limits involved. So my limits are to do it, I have two limits. One is to do it before March 21st. The other limit is there have to be a waiver of time limits. And I do it on either April 25th or April 28th. So I need to know what the time frame is for the department.
We'll defer to whatever I don't have an answer. I think the state is trying to figure that out right now.
Judge, I had an opportunity to speak with the members of the team that are here, and they would certainly try to have it prepared before the 21st. They're just not sure if that would be possible. Would it be possible to perhaps schedule 2 dates, and then as soon as the plan was ready, they would certainly file it, but I could let the court know whether we could have the review hearing on that March 21st date or not?
Well, to have it on March 21st, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow, we'd have to have the conditional release plan filed probably by the 18th or 19th. There'd have to be time for the court to read it and digest it, as well as for the parties to do so.
I mean, the team's committed to trying to accomplish that.
Well, what we'll do is we'll set it for the hearing in the morning of the 21st. We'll have to move some cases, other files that I have, but we'll set it at 9 o'clock on the 21st. We'll schedule it for an hour at that time. I'll anticipate on that basis that the report would be filed on by the close of business on Tuesday, March 18th. So it's a Tuesday. There'd be Wednesday and Thursday for everyone to read and digest the conditional release plan, and then to go forward with the hearing. If that doesn't work, the court will schedule the matter for 9 o'clock on April 28th.
Could we schedule it on the 21st for 9:30 instead of 9?
Yes, make it 9:30 on the 21st of March. So ordered. If it does, if I'm told the report, and we want the conditional release plan to be from a procedural substance standpoint, to be a good plan. If there's people are rushing it, that's not a good idea. And I want it to be done well. And so if it can't be done, I acknowledge the time frame. And so then if there's no objection from Ms. Geyser, we'd go to the April 28th date.
Well, we'll see what the report looks like.
Well, we'll see if it's here.
Right.
I agree. If it's filed on the 8th by the close of business on the 18th, we'll go forward on the 21st.
Okay.
I trust they'll get it done.
Then that's the order. The court so ordered. I did one aspect that I didn't mention in ruling with regard to the petition was it was significant that the 3 doctors who testified in the case and had recommended or had not objected to the conditional release going forward testified again today that what they saw in the petition for revocation didn't change their view. The court can listen to experts. The court doesn't have to rely on any experts. But in this situation, each of those doctors have participated in this case from almost the beginning and gave opinions when the court made its first rulings with regard to the case and found Ms. Geyser not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, and then went and used them, and they've testified in they've presented reports in all the other petitions for release. So they're knowledgeable, they're credible, they understand, from my point of view, they understand Ms. Geyser's psyche and background, and in particular on the issue of subterfuge and manipulation. I'm relying upon them, and I'm satisfied it's good reliance, that they did not detect subterfuge and manipulation, which is important. And that certainly will weigh in my decision-making process. So ordered. With that, then we've set the pattern and set the schedule. Thanks everybody for being here. I appreciate the short notice involved in this hearing. Appreciate everybody being here, and thank you all.
And I would just ask, Judge, that you order her to be returned forthwith.
Yeah, I'll order that she be forthwith returned to Winnebago. So ordered.
All right. I'll be in touch right more.
Court's in recess to tomorrow morning at 8:30.